Rascal looking for it. He'll get the Culver Meek and Hoya. He's been in this position before, as now Life's going to move on in. Hoya's sandwiched, has to flash to get himself out of there. And now another Rift Herald's going to go over to Gen G, and it just feels like they're playing one step ahead of Fred at Brion.
Yeah, starting with Rascal just taking the turret for free up on the top side, and then the vault into the wall. That really made Hoya kind of panic there when he wasn't able to get enough distance from that scary Croc. And here we go. They're just going to push the mid lane. Total control of the map right now to Gen G as they'll look to take down this mid turret.
Yep, Umti not going to find any joy with his spear either, and Zoe's going to lose her mid turret, one of Wolf's favorite facts, and also very relevant in this game as well. Because it's only 16 minutes in, you know, Zoe wants to be getting around the map and creating darkness, but it's getting a little bit darker on Fred at Brion's side, and that's exactly not what you want if you're a Zoe player. So Lava, he's got his Leandries complete, but that is about it. And BDD is probably sitting on a fair stack of gold at the moment, just sitting by himself in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's having fun. You know, he just had a great early game, and since then he hasn't been too present, but he's stacking up cash, as you did mention. You know, it's interesting to see Henna actually keeping up with Ruler, and probably going to be the one big carry for the side here of Fred at Brion. And we'll see if he can do that. Lava being closed down on a little bit here, but looks like he will just be okay.
Yep, he's got his Exhaust and Flash available here with his Unsealed Spellbook, so he's going to be alright. As BDD looking to finish off this turret, and he's going to do so. The outer ring taken down systematically here by Gen G. We were applauding T1's macro play, even with their much younger players on the roster. Gen G also playing the map very, very well in their first series, and that is only going to continue here today by the looks of things.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. Flash over there from Lava, looking for the paddle star. BDD flashes out, cleared. He's got his flash as well, and he's going to use it. Exhaust comes in, the spear again going to miss. Oh, man.
Bro.
Yeah, not much of a... There's a polarity problem with these spears, I think, as Rascal once again demonstrating the counterpick in the Renekton. Ruler walking away from Fred at Brion, and their desperation, you can see it in their play. But Fred at Brion can't get anything as Void... Ooh, not going to land.
Yep, that would have been certain doom for him. But, man, Clid earns #1 teammate of the day already. He comes in there, takes a giant smack from the Zoe, and heals him up. He's got that Moonstone Renewer, and he's just there. He gets out alive, right? They had to blow double flash to try to get out of that one, but it's worth it because nobody goes down. They keep Bro at a killless score. And let's see how this team fight for the Cloud Drake will go. We had the Renekton go back, and he doesn't have TP, so maybe Gen G will just give that one up.
Yep, looking pretty free at the moment. Of course, one singular Cloud Drake, not going to be the end of the world for anyone, but moving towards a Soul is always a good idea. As the Rift Scuttler going to get Liliad for a moment, as Umti. He's going to take that one down. And yeah, so a couple of Drakes over to Fred at Brion, so at least they're able to stay up in that department. As BDD comes out from the side, Hoya terrified right there, as you can see, uses the Gale Force to get out.
Yeah, Gale Force is a pretty good item. I think that's probably the best that he could have gone for up there. It's going to be difficult to lock him down. Even the Renekton, you saw that he was just barely able to get out of range of that last swipe from the Renekton, the last Q. But, you know, like, the Quinn surviving with a tiny bit of health every time he enters lane is not... That's not supposed to be the story for the side lane. He's not supposed to be down 50 CS. And that's why we always kind of...
I hadn't even looked.
Yeah, we always kind of scratch our heads.
So depressing.
Look at the Quinn picks into the Renekton. We're like, yeah, okay, you know, we get it. But, like, like, doesn't really find too much victory. And as you mentioned, you know, it depends on how your team is doing as well, because if they just kind of get slaughtered, then, you know, as a singular split pusher, you're not going to have too much fun yourself.
Oh, no. I've seen this before.
Yeah. Who's chasing
Don't do it.
who?
Oh, yeah. This is exactly where Canna made that play. So I just couldn't help but get the flashback. Okay, but thankfully, we're all right. Still, the LCK Quinn is it's going to become a meme. I think it's not really working out for these guys.
Yeah. Speaking of other memes, Gnar got banned this game, so no orange buff in this game.
Yeah.
But maybe in the next one, you know, still a lot of chances to see Gnar, as it seems like all the teams are still enjoying that pick.
Yeah, as Jason likes to call it, the old trap card. Always makes me think of Yu-Gi-Oh! But yes, it absolutely has been a trap so far. I'm glad it's not in this game, but maybe it would be better than Quinn. Sadly.
Yeah, you know.
But we'll see.
But they banned it away, so they just had to go for the Quinn. It was the only option. You know, Kennen I think was available. Maybe they could have considered Kennen, but wasn't considered in this game, that's for sure. And Hoya was down 2 levels, now just 1, but still falling pretty far behind, as Rascal is just such a scary croc right now.
He's massive, now lurking to the south, as you can see. Unti, it's been a while since I've seen a spear land. Landed a couple early, but it really has been a lot of no joy for the aim of this guy this game. But it's okay. 3,000 gold the lead for Gen G. Couple of kills, 4 turrets. Complete control of this game thus far. 2 minutes on the next Drake, and Baron's been alive for a couple of minutes as well, but not something that they're going to be looking at just yet. I imagine when Ruler has another item, it will be a pretty, you know, easy option for Gen G to head over there. In fact, him and Rascal could probably just do it by themselves. As Umti's going to sidestep the Scat of the Week quite nicely, as Biddy will get a slow down, and just going to have them back away.
Yeah, no other action here. Just 2 kills in 22 minutes. We had a game yesterday that was like something like 35 kills in something like 25 minutes. So a little bit unbalanced there between the teams, but maybe we'll get some more action. It's just Fred at Brion kind of saying, okay, well, we're just gonna wait until Quinn gets huge, and we're gonna try to get Henna more fed. We know we're behind. We don't really want to fight right now. And they're just sitting back here, not really doing too much. It is a Cloud Soul, so at the end of the day, they can kind of just wait this one out. But Gen G definitely still in total control of this game. That's not a question by any means. You can see they're trying to get a lot of vision down at the Baron. A very standard maneuver here at around 23 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see which lane they're going to be pressuring next. They've taken that inner turret on the top side of the map. Could be bottom lane that Rascal's going to park in, as he does have his teleport available and can get over there relatively easily. Going full tank after the Gore Drinker, as you can see. Randuin's very valuable, especially in the 1v1 against Hoya. Stormrazor done here for Hoya, so he at least has 2 items. The amount of completed items on top laners is evened out. Still don't think it's going to quite be enough as far as getting that value, as Rascal not going to be able to get in stun range as Hoya dashes after him.
Tickling him.
Turret shot and gets out. Yeah.
Oh, man. Obviously, you know, if he hits 4 items and begins to get maybe a little bit of armor penetration in the build, can begin to do some more damage. But as of now, even though he still has that kind of Quinn advantage on the range, not really going to be doing too much. As we see that here once again.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that big damage. Almost down to 1,000 health.
Got 2 teammates here now, but they're not going to go for any kind of dive, as the Cloud Drake does go the way of Gen G here.
Yep. I'll just move on over and grab it. And that soul that you were talking about, ever further away here for Fredit Brion. Some backs coming through. Pings out there onto Fredit, so they do know that Life has gone home. Could be something. Harrier just to scope the area there for Hoya, as he's going to go home as well. See where he's going next with his item build. Morellonomicon done for Lava. He's got a couple of items, as well as that Runan's Hurricane that Henna's put together as well, to add to the value of that Kraken Slayer. And Rapid Fire Cannon's done for Ruler, so wanting to go for more of that single target option and a little bit more poke ability. And with the range that Fred Brion has, I certainly don't blame him for that one.
Yeah, you know, I don't mind it. We'll see if he goes into any other kind of single target items after this. No Nashor's Tooth, perhaps, at this point in time. But
I think it'll just be an Infinity Edge in this build.
Probably just
would make some sense.
Yeah, probably just a more standard kind of feeling here. And yeah, there really just hasn't been much else happening in this one. It's just kind of been, okay, maybe this is the moment for Rascal.
Yep, here's the battle. Does throw down the Randuins, but not going to be able to do it as Hook's going to land, and it's going to be thrown back. BDD, I don't think was able to actually lock that one down. It's flash forward with the portal jump from Lava, and that is going to secure the kill onto Cleared. Moonlight's Vigil actually did some work as that Scat of the Week may have just saved the lives of the remaining members of Gen G. Lava flashes over, though, and he says no. It's going to be traded back as a whole bunch of gameplay just hit Lava in the face. And he's going to go down as well. But he took down his target, and that is going to be the shutdown gold going his way as well. So I'd say worth.
Yeah, this time around, just getting kind of caught in the enemy jungle. The Lily is not the tankiest member in their lineup by any means, obviously. So you still got to be careful about just going the wrong space at the wrong time, just like this.
Speaking of which, yeah, exactly. In goes Ruler. Was able to get the Q off, and it took a little while to get there, but the Quinn was unfortunately 2v1'd. That's exactly not what you want. As we're going to check out this replay.
Yeah, so you can see they're fighting over the blue buff. There's not much else fighting happening right now. So Lava he really threads the needle on that one, actually. That was a very impressive bubble that moves through both life and BDD that were crossing in front of it. And everybody else just getting a little bit too crazy in there on the blue buff side, as they're actually going for Baron right now. There's nobody over
Yeah, Gen G already starting it up. Rascal does have teleport. He's going to get back to base, buy whatever he can, and then teleport in. So all 5 members in the area. Life very, very low, but it doesn't matter. You've got Lava in the bottom lane, and he ain't teleporting anywhere right now, and that Baron is just free.
Yeah, and even after they won the blue buff fight, they didn't come in here and seemingly clear any of this vision, because there are still 3 control wards up. There are multiple singular wards in there. As, okay, we're going to take another look at Hoya. Just, don't go into the dark jungle by yourself, guys. That's kind of the, you know, especially when you're below half health. Like, that red buff is not yours. You don't have any vision in there, so you got to be careful. As he snuck around the vision that time around, Rascal. But yeah, it seems like the vision control was still there for Gen G after the scuffle over the blue buff, so they just moved over and took it for their own. There wasn't much that Bro could do.
Yep, seemed a little bit too easy, to be perfectly honest, as more gameplay is going to rain down onto Hoya. In goes Ruler, he's going to press Q, and that auto-targets as well, guys. So that's a very dead Quinn. Lava tries to dash on in, will get stunned, but thankfully Portal Jump exists. And that's just a pick on the top laner. Gen G looking a little bit unstoppable at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you try to hop into 5 members as a Quinn. That's just straight up, like, especially when they have so much burst damage. Like, you can't just hop into them. That's never going to go well for you. So now Gen G, with the Baron buff, they're just looking to push this and maybe go for the double inhibitor play.
Should be pretty comfortable as well, Valdez. I don't really see what Freda Brion's going to be able to do about this one. This will fall down as well. First inhibitor hasn't even been taken just yet, but they can grab that one on their way out if they would like to, and they do so very comfortably. Now it looks like it's going to be reset time and then come back and win the game.
Yeah, well, you know, this is kind of what you do. This is the set gameplay. If you look at the, you know, the script for what is a standard game of League of Legends, you get ahead, you take the Baron, you take down 2 inhibitors, rebuy, and then you go back. So here you can see Ruler just flashes away, and Hoya's like, you know, witness me, I guess. Like, you know, what is he gonna do? Like, he goes in there and vaults onto the Kaisa. He's never gonna get that kill, and he just dies.
Yep, I can. Oh no, okay. BDD is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He might be able to kill one of them as he's going to go golden. Hoya is going to survive as Ruler swoops in. We've traded 1 for 1, and Aphelios is dead. And that means Ruler has free reign of the fight. I don't know how BDD is the only one to fall there, and then it's actually working out real bad for Bro, because that was 4 people literally surrounding him. As flash on in, yep, once again, you know, it's just so hard to play as Quinn into Renekton. Like, it's a hard counter, as we know here in the LCK, as Umti's also going to feel the wrath of the angry Croc. And with 4 people dead, Gen G are going to see to these Nexus turrets and see to game 1.
Yeah, that should be the end of this one. Not much hope here for Freda Brion as their Nexus does go down. Gen G, they're not gonna do the Damwon Kia thing where they all pile in onto the fountain or anything. They're just gonna take the Nexus and, you know, move on to Game 2 with a very clean win. Not really much of a fight put up this time around from Fred Briand.
No, and I think that the complete lack of any sort of mind for objective control or macro play was really what let them down in that game. It was just Gen G are the ones with all the plans, and there was no textbook in front of Fred Briand that particular game. So hopefully we don't see the self-counter pick in the Quinn into Renekton. You know, Quinn just really struggles in that matchup, as we know. I think a lot of it does come down to Rascal just being very, very good at Renekton in general. But a bit of an unfortunate performance from Hoya that a lot of people have had, you know, been looking forward to seeing on the LCK stage. So he does have a game too, though, so we will be able to see what he's able to get done a second time around. Hopefully not on the Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, overall, a pretty interesting draft. Note that Akali was not picked or banned at all. And the first pick Nidalee into eventually trying to counter the Renekton with the Quinn up on the top side was kind of the name of the game there for Fred Briand. But they struggled. We talked about how it was going to be difficult to play out that kind of composition, and we saw that before our eyes here up against a really strong team in Gen G. And, you know, it was pretty rough for them.
It was. Let's have a look at the post-game breakdown and just see where everything went wrong for Fred Briand. Let's see the numbers as well. I have a feeling that Rascal probably did a bit of damage that game, but also Ruler really was able to do a lot of work. Looking forward to seeing exactly how that one's going to go. Okay, we're not quite there yet, so we're just going to have to wait with bated breath.
I'm being told to put in my POG vote, so let me...
who's going to get that one, Valdez?
Go in there.
You're the analyst here.
I guess BDD. He didn't do much.
Because of the gameplay?
Yeah, because of his roam, you know? Like, he was the one that got it all started, I guess. But I have to think a little bit about it.
All right. Well, you just make sure you get that one in there because you don't have a lot of time. Shout-outs to Hoya, who did do a lot of damage. So having a look at the post-game breakdown, he does have a lot. But I just, you know, it was a little bit inconsequential because he wasn't actually able to kill Rascal at any stage of the game. Junglers were basically absent. I think Clid had one of his most invisible games that we've seen in a really long time, but he was able to be there. He had his Moonstone and was just keeping everyone healthy. And that seemed to be enough for this roster. So
yeah.
I don't know, man. It was a rough game for Fred Briand.
It was. And note, guys, that was only the second win on red side so far. Blue side is 10-2. So I had that stat fed to me by Chronicler, and that's a really interesting one. Blue side is just hugely dominant so far in the LCK, and Fred Briand with the second loss on blue side so far.
And also, the only team to win on red side is Gen G. In fact, this being one of them. So we are going to go to a break, and we'll see whether Fred Briand can be our third team to win, or at least the third time that they can win on the red side. We'll see you after a short break.
미드로 가자.
괜찮아. 이거 그냥 끝내러 가자 미드로.
니달리 노플이야?
니달리
나 도발
니달리 툴 수가 없어. 니달리 툴 수가 없어. 나이스. 끝났다.
나와.
뭐
가자.
달리 릴리아 구도 그런 거 없을 때는 너무
새롭게 시작하는 시즌 2021 리그 오브 레전드 프랜차이즈의 새 소식들을 소개합니다. 레전드 오브 룬테라, 전략적 팀 전투, 와이드리프트, 그리고 리그 오브 레전드. 가슴이 웅장해집니다. 먼저 리그 오브 레전드의 신스킨들. 첫 신스킨 테마는 루나 비스트입니다. 과학이 통하지 않는 스페이스 그루브 테마도 곧 찾아옵니다. 그리고 챔피언 리메이크 문도 가고 싶은 대로 간다. 원하는 챔피언과 테마에 투표하세요. 부시골 최탱 노란검의 주인공 비에고. 얜 대체 뭐 했길래 아무나 다 들고 다니지라고 생각하셨던 분들, 6명의 챔피언과 그림자 군도를 지배하는 악의 화신의 이야기, 몰락한 왕, 리그 오브 레전드 이야기. 안 할 친구들 없제? 빡게메스의 당신, 이제 AP 제도가 완화됩니다. 탈주하며 AP가 대폭 하락하고 억울한 빡겜러들은 AP가 소폭 하락합니다. 마지막으로 새 시즌 랭크. 이번 시즌에는 티어내 승급전 삭제. 강등 방어전도 없어. 이제 레전드 오브 룬테라에서도 드디어 아펠리오스를 만나실 수 있습니다. 그리고 새로운 세트에서는 슈리마 지역 추가, 다양한 업데이트도 준비되니 다시 한번 찍먹 준비하세요. 전략적 팀 전투 세트 4.5에서는 세트 1의 용 시너지가 다시 두둥 등장. 기존에 없던 아이템을 제작해주는 오르니 두둥 등장. 올봄을 가장 극적인 전장으로 달굴 세트 5가 두둥 등장. 지금 TFT에서는 가붕이와 다붕이가 싸우고 있는데 정말 오래 걸리네요. 하지만 신규 모드가 출시될 예정이니 이제 어디서든 즐겁게 전략적 팀 전투를 즐기면 됩니다. 마지막으로 e스포츠의 만족도를 높이기 위해 관전 모드도 준비 중이니 기대해주세요. 이제 와이드 리프트에서도 람머스, 문도, 카타리나를 만날 수 있습니다. 한바탕 협곡을 뒤엎을 귀여운 요들 친구들이 찾아옵니다. 기대해주세요. 티모는 찢어야 제맛이니까요. 여러분이 기다리시던 별 수호자 스킨과 무작위 총력전 모드도 출시된다고 합니다. 새해, 새 시즌, 새 업데이트. 솔직히 해잔데 즐게 말러 가시죠. 2021년에도 해피 뉴 플레이!
Welcome back everybody to the LCK Analyst Desk, and today we're joined by the old Tigers, Gorilla and Kuro. Welcome! So Gorilla, you had your first show yesterday. So we had 6 games yesterday, so I'm not really sure I'm still like doing it in yesterday or I have jumped over to the future, but yeah, it was a day. I was super nervous as well in my day number 1, so I was gonna watch how Gorilla does. But I guess he's really good at, he's a really nice speaker. So we don't have Bittori here to lead you guys. Yeah, it feels like we're having a test on our day 2, but we will work hard. So we had Fredit Brian versus Genji having their debut up against a brick wall. However, they were able to learn a lot of lessons in this game number 1. So, as Genji locked in Renekton and Syndra, they had to focus on their lane priority. AP jungle is the kind of a big picks here in the LCK meta. So Genji kind of didn't want to give Renekton over to Brilliant Blade, so they had to just take it away. And there were not many AD champions for mid lane, so they just played Syndra, and also Bro locked in Zoe as well. I think Bro was also ready with this Queen pick up against Renekton, but I guess this champion kind of required more proficiency. So the matchup on the top lane and mid lane was super critical in this game, and both teams were working really hard for the lane priority, but Genji was able to kind of outperform the opponents. Now let's take a look at the first highlight of this game, how kind of BDD utilized the lane prior of this champion called Syndra. Look at this item difference between two champions. So Zoe was feeling too much pressure that she purchased no Magic Mantle, whereas Syndra has Doran's Ring, and also she also had Tears. And even before this, Zoe had to use all of his minions, the Materializer, because she was feeling too much pressure. So Syndra could keep pushing the mid lane, and he could make a roam over to the top side. Renekton was a little bit too fast with this engage, but luckily Genji was able to lock in that kill. And after this kill, the top lane matchup was started to get unbalanced. And Rascal once again performed on the next level in this highlight that we're going to take a look at. So we can see that Nidalee took Dragon earlier to this fight. So Fredit Korean players were also aware that Clid will go for this Herald try. So they sent Thresh to the top side river. So Thresh spotted Lilia trying the Herald. So Bro could actually outnumber the opponents. It was 4 versus 3, but Genji kind of was super fast in these actions. Rascal flashed in and one-shotted Zoe with his clean combo. So Genji, even though they were down in numbers, they moved faster and brought back the control of this fight. Rascal was really, working sharp in that moment, but also BDD was really smart, hiding outside of the opponent's vision. With this kind of a successful moves, Genji was able to get the win in game number 1, and it's gonna be Rascal picking up the POG, the second one already. Indeed, the teammates were also supporting him to carry this game, but Rascal himself also was showing a great performance in this game. This is the highlight we just saw earlier. the way he kind of dashes in to secure that kill was on point. This was also super like interesting. He was actually looking for a bait play, even though Quinn activated her W skill to kind of get vision. He was even hiding deeper in the brush, so she could not spot him. So Rascal picked up 8 votes out of 9. We're not going to name any names, but our casters already kind of gave hints who is going to vote for. So I'm going to leave it over to Atlas to discuss later on. But before that, let's move on to game number 2 between Bro and Genji and see whether Freddy Brion can turn the game around with their young spirit.
I apologize. I was muted that entire time, and the entire time I was thanking Jason for a wonderful translation. We like to have a chat on, in between, and I don't like having the it go to broadcast. I'm not going to make excuses. I apologize.
It's okay, man.
So, we're now getting straight into pick and ban, and I can't ream you for your sole pick of BDD and his gameplay button.
Yeah, I mean, it had nothing to do with
MVP.
his gameplay button, and the gank, the roam on the top side had nothing to do with Rascal, but he did push in the lane at a good time, so that was good. Also had a good flash play, so I don't mind it. Those two players were the two, obviously, that made the plays in the game, but it is what it is. Genji on blue side now.
Yep.
With the first ban on Samira.
I think you were just trying to keep Wolf company, weren't you?
Yeah,
'Cause he had the sole vote yesterday.
Yeah, that must be it. I don't know. Maybe subconsciously.
Yeah. Just working on the caster synergy. I like it. I'm going to go through some bans. Samira, Gragas, and Pantheon all banned away by Genji. And the Renekton and Set taken away by Freddy Brion. As Life Set, I think, deserves to be permabanned. He hasn't lost. He's played 9 games of the champion this year and last year. And he's undefeated. So I definitely give that one a good old ban. And Kai'Sa also going to head to the ban list, as well as we have every jungler, apart from Pantheon, available. We have the Akali still available. And the Talia is where Clid wants to go. He, of course, played it in their debut game. And did pretty well on the pick as well. Is Onti going to go back to his Nidalee? We'll see whether the spears are going to be ringing true this time around.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, the Nidalee didn't end up doing too much in that last game. Obviously, didn't have much of an opportunity after he wasn't on the top side to help out with the dive. And pretty interesting, they're just going to go for it once again. They say, okay, well, the Nidalee was not the issue. But they do give up the Talia, so a bit of a interesting matchup here. I think Clid should be pretty happy with that one. Now, you see the Aphelios, and I wonder if Genji are like, should we just take the Thresh away? But, Thresh, not necessarily a huge priority pick, unless it is alongside the Aphelios, but we'll have to wait and see. Note that Akali, not banned, not picked again here in this game. And I'm wondering if, we just weren't told about a global ban or something, or if, or if just the teams have really moved that far away from this pick.
Well, I was actually going to talk about the Camille. I thought that Nidalee Camille would have been a decent red side first round, but not going to be picked up in favor of the Aphelios and giving Henna the best possible bottom lane for himself. But that's going to be snapped away here by Rascal. And honestly, Genji could just lock away Camille Galio right here and just flex it. But instead, they want to give Ruler a chance to get a more top-tier AD carry, and they will grab that one. Otherwise, it would have most definitely been a continuation of that in the ban list. As this is a trap, guys. We know this is a trap. It's a trap.
Nara, I think, is 1-5, 1-6 so far. Obviously, I think in the LPL, I think it's 8-0 right now. So, stats don't tell the whole story, but based on what we've seen, it hasn't had too much success here. So we'll see if Hoya can try to get some luck against the Camille, a very common pick to try to play safe in the lane against the Camille, and then have some late game team fight priority. But, on paper, it doesn't always work out in the games the way you want it to.
Yeah, I have a feeling Genji should probably ban away the Thresh here. The Galio, great ban. I do like taking that one away from either B2D or Life. Although you don't see the Galio alongside the Jhin that often. Take their time, but there is the Thresh ban that we were asking for. And I'd probably stick to supports here if I was on Bro's side and then take the best of what's left.
Yeah. If you're Genji, I don't know if you want to ban away a mid laner because you could have that taken away, but obviously Fred at Brion is going to take away some of the, the two global mid laners that you would see with the Camille that we've seen have so much success, right? The TF and the Camille, the Galio and the Camille that you mentioned, those seem like two very solid bans for Bro here in this one. But what is Genji going to go for? Are they going to ban like another support like an Alistar, or do they want to chop down more on the mid lane pool? And it is in fact going to be that Yone.
Yeah, Yone going to be removed. I like that actually. If you see a Nidalee, I mean, it could have been played by B2D as well, but not wanting to give Fred at Brion an opportunity there. The Akali could come out alongside the Talia, assuming Clid can be landing his flicks well. But you know, having the damage portfolio in mid-jungle be pure magic is not exactly the favorite thing. Lava doesn't mind about it, though. He's going to pick up his Zoe once again, and now we'll see what Genji are going to do to round out their roster.
I think he wants something with some decent CC, something that can combo very well with the Talia. Obviously, the Seismic Shove is a very powerful ability, but you want something to help it combo with it to get that initial stun. We're looking at Seraphine. We saw this yesterday for Lehens, and obviously that's a very oppressive lane, the Jhin Seraphine, but they're just not going to go for it. They're going to pick up the Orianna first, and then consider what Life is going to play.
Whoa, was that Xayah or Rakan? That's cheating.
Interesting.
That's not fair. I really like the Maokai. Not going to be coming out. Top in damage, left, right, and center by choosing items that very much confuse the damage system in the game. Nautilus, though, is going to be the pick, and Rel comes out once again. The lady that wears her horse. I like it. And that's going to be the choice instead of the Thresh that we've seen every single time alongside the Aphelios. Not going to be keeping him as safe position-wise, but can at least augment his stats a little bit with that magnetization.
Yeah, pretty interesting pick. We haven't seen too much success for the Rel so far, but we haven't seen her all that often on top of that. So interested to see how this lane is going to go. The Afrel lane, if you will. BDD on the...
Aphelios?
Yeah, Aphelios. Just get Achilles in there as well. Orianna against Zoe. That's a very standard matchup there. BDD just picking up the control mages in the mid lane to go up against Lava's Zoe. I wonder if, if Lava keeps playing Zoe, if maybe he'll see some bans in the future against that pick. But so far, he's been allowed to play it a couple times in a row. As Umti has been able to on the Nidalee. But this is scary, I think, if you are a Fred at Brion fan. I mean, you're going up against Camille for Rascal, and just that alone is scary, alongside of giving away Talia to the side of Clid. So that is a very scary top jungle duo that they are going to have to handle in this game.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried. There's a lot of question marks on the Fred at Brion roster, whether it be about the team themselves or about just the champion picks and what they've been able to achieve. But Rel has surprised us so far, and as we get onto the ref for game number 2, we'll have to see whether she continues to be okay. As I got a bit of the hiccups, Valdez.
Oh no.
If I have a hiccup in the middle of a team fight, if you could please take over,
Sure.
that would be fantastic.
That's the power of the Valdanalyst.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta flex it up.
You can roll swap at
might
any
be-
moment. You want a lane swap? I'll go into the play-by-play lane. You can swing
Yep.
back in the analysis role. We haven't had the Atlanalyst too much.
That's because the Valdanalyst just sounds so much better.
True, yeah.
So Atlanalyst is just like wow, 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 wow. It's just it's frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't have that.
That's definitely the main reason. There are definitely a couple of people in
Anyway.
the chat that are like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah. There's a lot of savants that we know in the collective, as we've come to learn over the many years of LCK. Going into how this one is going to pan out, early stages of this game, I'm looking forward to seeing where our junglers are going to go. But I think eyes are going to be largely glued towards the top side to see whether Hoya can create some advantages up against Rascal, because Rascal is 100% a ticking time bomb on this one as Crashdown comes through from Delight, but isn't actually able to find Ruler despite a bit of decent poke damage that's come out from Henna.
Yeah, trying to take that trade early. You can, trying to get priority down here on the bottom side, but at the end of the day, Delight did hop pretty far forward, and Ruler on this level 1 Jhin, not going to be too strong just yet, but it seems like they have been able to keep up in terms of pushing, trying to hit level 2 first, of course, by autoing all these minions. And it looks like Delight and Henna are just kind of going to give the floor over to Ruler and Life to hit level 2 first.
Yeah, they're going to be able to grab this one pretty comfortably. Full control here of the wave. As not going to miss out on any experience because no minions are going to die before it is pushed towards that turret. So defensive positioning here from Fred Brion so far. As Clid's going to take some popcorn chickens and chow down for a little bit.
Yeah, that was a pretty...
And head towards his bottom side.
Pretty cute look from Rascal. You know, he pushes in the top wave. He just waltzes on into the Krugs, and he says, yes, Nidalee has, in fact, started red side. The top side, the red buff side of the jungle. And, it's just a little thing, but it gives a good amount of information just to make 100% sure that they know exactly where should be on the map. And, just to time it out as to when the bottom lane should play a little bit more carefully. And maybe Clid can come in here and get some vision. He's going to try to come in and take the Scuttle Crab, at least. And this does open up the chance to go for double Scuttle here for Clid if he does want to.
Yeah, it's looking like a double Scuttle game. I was actually going to mention that. The information given by the Krugs means that Clid knows that if he gets towards that Scuttle on spawn, he can either fight away from it or just grab that one for himself, and understands that he can just book it towards this top side knowing that he's not actually trading at the time. So really, really cool stuff. I'm glad you brought that one up to make sure that, we're understanding just how valuable these little snippets of information are. As he's not going to go for the Scuttler. He's going for a bit of a gank here onto Rascal, who's a fair way up this lane. Clid is going to be here, though. Now Hoya slightly out of position. Big burst damage comes down, and the pebbles aren't going to hit as misses the spear. And Clid's going to be able to get out. Surfing on some rocks. Doesn't do it so fast, but is still able to get out of there. Flash forward here from the Rel. Crashes down onto Ruler, and first blood going to the Aphelios. Life has to flash away. Dredgeline will get him to safety, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, and, that's part of the power of the Rel. We saw that big kind of wombo combo Rel combo there, and very nicely done. It looks like Ruler just not really respecting that, and he gets caught off guard and just totally bursts down from 100 to 0. So we'll see exactly, his positioning and how he kind of got himself into that situation in the replay. But that's a really nice move there for the side of Fred Brion. They really needed to get ahead down in the bottom side, and that's going to be just one more step in the right direction.
I like it a lot, and I think Henna played a decent game last time around as well, despite the result. So looking forward to seeing what they can do with an advantage like this. Is just no chill at all coming out from Delight as he just dives on top of him with his flash.
Yeah, Delight very aggressive on the Rel pick. Gets in, gets the initial stun, hops up, gets another one. And see you later to your life. You're a level 3 Jhin. You're about as squishy as they come. So a pretty straightforward kill there, and a nice setup from Delight. As the lookalike is what they were saying actually in the video. That Ruler and Delight kind of look like each other. He's taking revenge. I
don't really see it.
Yeah.
I don't really see it personally, but that's okay. It seemed to be agreed upon with a lot of the players, so I guess that's fine. That's the main thing.
They like to have fun with that and joke around about who looks like who and all that good stuff. So.
Yep. Clid and BDD,
agreeing.
definitely the most famous of the doppelgangers here in the LCK.
What? Did you just teleport back to 2015?
Whoa! Well, I just teleported Clid back to like 2018 or something.
I meant Atlas teleport.
No, I know. That's a long way in the past. As Clid, speaking of which, he's towards the bottom side, looking to try and sneak his way into some alcoves. But you can see the jig is a little bit up, as Fred and Brianna are just going to back away. Ooh, crash down timing could be coming through here for Delight. We know that he really likes it.
No flash. Oh, but the dredge line does miss. And okay, sniped out his Clid. See you later, buddy.
Oh, no. Yeah, cheeky Q. That's going to do it. And we were talking about jigs being up, and it most definitely was. So Clid back to farming. He's going to have a look at this dragon. Watered it by both teams, though, as now Clid looking for that seismic shove. Dredge line. Max range is going to connect. But Henna just going to use his heal just to help get Delight out of the way, and they're not able to actually lock down that kill. Seismic shove going a little bit awry.
Pretty nice buffer to just hop away there. It looks like the Deadly Flourish maybe a millisecond late, so not able to, chain the CCs together to make sure that the Seismic Shove does land. And that's going to be just overall more value. You know, you're keeping the enemy jungler down on the bottom side. You're getting away alive without using any summoners, as he did not have his flash and did not have to use that at all. This top lane we haven't been talking about too much, just because it's been, pretty straightforward, pretty even there. Rascal is 21 gold ahead, so I guess now it's 0. Literally 0 gold ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not too bad. Bottom side of the map, biggest lead here is Henna is about 400 in the lead. As there's the flash stun. Hextech Ultimatum comes on in, and Hoya's dead. No seismic shove required. Clid was just there basically for moral support.
Yeah, really nice bait from Rascal. I don't know if that was 100% on purpose, as it did actually look like he was running away. But, he looks like he's going to hookshot away, but then he hops back with the flash stun. And, of course, Talia, if you can lock someone down, Talia is going to love you as a laner. And was able to get a ton of damage down. But now they're fighting over this.
Yep, another dredge line will come through here as BDD is sitting on the shockwave. Is going to use it just on Lava there to pull him back out, and the flash needs to be used, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Rascal gets yet another kill, and we're almost over 1,000 gold in the lead as a result for Gen G. They'll grab themselves a Rift Herald. They're going to give all the plates over to Ruler, as they love to do, and this is looking like it's getting back on track to a similar game to Game 1. So we have a look at this play once again.
Yeah, the game blown wide open in this one. And as I was saying, you just lock someone down. Talia's going to do a ton of damage. Doesn't even need to land the Seismic Shove. As Delight gets hopped in there from Clid. Seismic Shove once again. And then Lava just getting passived down by the Nautilus so that the damage can chain through. Nice little shockwave. Great saving, great timing by BDD to wait for that moment to look for the extra kill. Could have used it early and tried to just burst down Delight, but I think he did the right thing, as they were able to net themselves 2 kills, the Rift Heralds on top of everything, and 2 of those kills went to Rascal as well, overall. So, already this top lane not looking like too much fun for Hoya once again.
Yeah. I just love how good Rascal's become. If you remember back to his days on DRX quite a while ago, he always had such potential, but he did seem like he was a bit green. And the way he's developed into this really intelligent but still mechanically gifted player is really beautiful to see. And it's just great that he's now showing his true colors here, looking like, at least at the moment, the best performing top laner that we have. Not that we've seen everyone just yet. Of course, Khan will be re-debuting in our second match, and he's going to be a player that we're going to have our eyes on.
Yeah, Rascal, I was once asked, I think, at the beginning of last year, who's the most underrated player. I went on the Korean, I think it was Sunday Night LCK, that show, and they asked
I remember
me,
that. Yeah.
who do you think is the most underrated player? And I said Rascal, and they were like, oh, really? Interesting. But yeah, the guy's got talent. He's really, really good. As I say that, he's getting beat down right now.
Yeah, we are caster cursing him real hard as he goes back in. Hextech Ultimatum to try and avoid some damage, but that's just a solo kill, guys. I have a feeling it's going to be traded back here as Clid is going to turn up. Umti is in position, command protect, and now the shockwave comes through. Hoya tries to flash out of the way, but it was just kind of on the spot. And it didn't really work at all, and that is going to be the top laner dead. So we did cast a Curse Rascal,
we
but,
did.
you know, he gets an assist.
Yeah.
It's all right.
That was one of the most blatant caster curses we've had in a while. I mean, we're just like talking him up as he's getting run down the lane by the Gnar. But at the end of the day, the team play from Gen G, just one step ahead of Fred Breon once again.
Oh, don't be saying Freon, dude. That's not good. Yeah. That's not good.
Reddit Breon.
Oh. Yeah, definitely can't be given Twitch chat any extra ammunition, I don't think. That's, that's not a good idea.
I wasn't going to mention it, but, you know, it just came out. And this is going to be, you know, this is just going to be a free turret up on the top side, essentially. 2-0-1 BDD. He gets the gold from that first blood turret. And they are just both massively ahead as here we go again.
Oh, yeah, another crash down here from Delight as Life taking a fair bit of damage. Ruler does get out of the front line as Rascal's going to teleport in, but that's 1 versus 3. The Nautilus will fall down though, but Orianna comes through as well. BDD mops up the Aphelios as Rascal so low, but still dancing around the fight.
How does
He's going to keep himself alive, hiding in the alcove. I thought he was burning to death, but nope. He's just going to come on through, and that's how the top lane was supposed to go, ladies and gentlemen. As we have a look at it once again, just have to remind ourselves of the caster cursing that we did manage to get down. He had an opportunity to escape, but no, he wanted to get him.
You know, he had his teammates coming up, and, okay, well, we're not going to look at the rest of that, but basically he could have run, but he would have just got boomerangs, so he tried to help out his teammates get the kills. Down here, Umti, take a look on the left. Sweet little spear comes in there, and all the teleports are just raining down from the sky this time around. And Rascal, once again, a fantastic play. Doesn't just try to run away. Look at that 1 minion range shot comes in and still doesn't take him down. Must have been on very low health at the end of that fight. But, you know, he understands that sometimes it's better to just hop back into the play and try to get as much damage done as possible. Maybe you help your team out. Maybe you actually survive because you just kill the enemy champion that quickly. And that's exactly what happened there in that play. So props to Rascal once again.
Yep, playing very, very well. I feel like our silent achiever on the side of Gen G, although not very silent, is in fact BDD, sitting there at like 1.3k ahead of like everyone else.
4-0
and 4-0-3. Yeah, he's pretty big, Valdez, and he's just been everywhere, being able to augment the rest of his team, understanding that positioning is key to victory, and it 100% is. He's ahead by 30 CS as well, maybe a little bit under that as Lava tidies up that wave, but he's just had control this entire game, and a stable mid lane does certainly help so much, especially when you're up against the Zoe. So 4,000 gold in the lead, very, very close, and Gen G waiting, you know, another 3.5 minutes before the next Drake comes up. We'll see whether it's going to be a Cloud or an Infernal Soul. But so far, it's just business as usual here for these guys.
BDD missed the cannon.
Not a bad one. Oh dear.
Why did it have to be like this? He's having such a great game, and he's actually just straight up, you know, 1v1ing here in the mid lane and taking down this turret bit by bit, and having quite the game himself. And yeah, he's already completed that item. Very far ahead of the curve. He has the stopwatch ready to go, and basically any dragon fight is going to be heavily favored to the side of Gen G. So I wonder what Pro are going to do. I'm sure they're going to be hoping for a Cloud Soul and that they don't have to fight over Infernals because, you know, while that might make the game end sooner, I think they kind of want to avoid the fighting as much as possible right now.
Absolutely. That being said, I don't know whether things necessarily get better for Fred Breon either as the game goes on. You know, Camille tends to do just ridiculous things after a few items come in. Already, Trinity Force is now done. We'll see where he goes as item number 2. Most likely, Ravenous Hydra will be coming in. As now Ruler finds himself with a few friends in the area. As Life is going to face check. Delight now looking for him. Umti running pretty quick now as Hannah underneath this turret. He's going to try and take this one down, and now Ruler realizes that he's out of position. Life trying to get in there as Gale Force is going to get him a little bit out of the way. Magnet Storm trying to work out there for Delight, but now Ruler gets underneath the turret. Life is going to fall, though, and the Curtain Call not even going to be employed, as Ruler's just going to go home, or at least stay out of trouble.
Yeah, Life doing the right thing. You know, he kind of had to get in there just to make sure that Ruler could stay alive, continue getting this farm, and that the wave doesn't get pushed in if he does go down. So he kind of sacrificed his life for Ruler. He's down 4 levels on Ruler, and also Genji at the same time. They did get the Rift Herald. You can see that on the minimap right now, as the hop in there from Delight doesn't quite land. And you can see that Life has to step in front of the Aphelios ultimate just to make sure. And that does mean that Ruler stays alive. At the end of the day, Bro do get the turret and the kill, but they also lost the Rift Herald tier. So, not the end of the day for Genji by any means.
Nope, not a big deal. And also, mid outer turret went down, top outer turret went down earlier. It's still Genji with a lot of control of the map, as Weaver's Wall going to come in as Hoya. Remember, yeah, he doesn't have the hop, unfortunately. He's going to have to flash to get over that wall as Deadly Flourish. Not quite enough range there from Ruler. And so Hoya will escape, but Flash is now on cooldown. Henna will deal with this turret, though. Severum Crescendum. Feels like Aphelios always has this when he has a turret to himself. So he's going to be able to rip through that one very, very quickly. And Shelly's just going to plant her skull into the bottom lane outer turret. Sorry, that was Shirley. I always get them confused.
They look, you know, they're twins, so it's kind of
They
rough.
are. We've been hanging out with them for so long, though, you know? We should be able to see the subtle differences.
True.
Yeah. Shockwave is going to pull back Umpty. Takes a lot of damage there from the attack dissonance combo. As now Rascal looks for the tactical sweep, gets it onto Delight, who's trying to canter away. 1 versus 3 is Rascal as he goes into the Hextech Ultimatum. He's dead, though. Yeah, maybe a little bit aggressive as the Gnar is good. Moonlight Vigil is going to miss those BDD. Sidestepping beautifully. Clid going to be able to take down the Gnar. And it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Some hyphy top lane is going down.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm not even sure that they could have gone for a 2v3 and 1, but I like that BDD and Rascal are flexing. Of course, you know, they both, or a couple of teleports do come in, so they weren't ever going to win that fight, but overextending was Fred at Breon and actually traded a kill back whilst giving free farm to Ruler down on the bottom side. So you can see 2v3, I don't know, I think Rascal still just gets burst down and probably wouldn't have had a fun time. But the fact that Hoya goes all the way in kind of by himself, you see the 3 teammates in the jungle not able to get over the wall and help. And so, you know, trade one back, and we have, in fact, the Infernal Soul. This is not what Fred Breon wanted to see.
No, this is bad news bears for them. And normally, I get Cloud Souls all day. So it gave up on me after the first game this time around. So we do have an interesting one. But if you're a Fred at Breon fan, you're not exactly very happy. And maybe that's why the pause came in. It's like, can we have a redo on the RNG? We're going to need a Cloud Soul here.
Yeah, can we just
if that's all right?
make the game?
Oh, do you know what's really important about this situation? Is Life is getting a little bit of assistance here from the referee. We'll have to check exactly what is happening. So Life's screen is frozen. So I'm gonna go with that being a big problem.
Okay.
So worth the pause for that one. Have to see whether we can get this one sorted. As you can see, our referee's on it, trying to get things figured out as soon as possible. So now I think we can move the camera over to the door and see whether the ghost is still there.
That's, you know, I'm glad you brought it back because that's really what's important in this series.
Yeah.
We need to know if the guy is still there. I think he's over at the Fred at Breon house, so
Yeah, he is.
I need to switch the camera.
Maybe he
over
moved.
there. Yeah, is he a
don't know.
teleport ghost, or is he only haunting the Fred at Breon house? That's the question.
I thankfully have my camera up on the screen, so I keep checking to see whether he's at my place as well. But he's not at my place.
Just don't look behind
I can
you.
guarantee. No, I'm not looking behind me. No, I'm making sure that I look at it in the camera so that if he is there and there is some sort of curse or something like that, I don't make actual eye contact. Thankfully, you know, having a camera is very, very useful for that, for all of these spoopy things, you
Here
know?
we are, we're in the Fred at Breon house.
Oh, danger.
can feel the goosebumps already.
Yeah, me too. I'm so anxious, but I'm so excited as well, you know? I just want to see whether he's there.
Yeah, maybe he's a friendly ghost, you know? You never know.
Yeah, true.
It could be friendly.
Should we call him Casper?
Maybe. Well, we're not even going to get a chance because we're back in the game.
Oh, no. Okay, the ice cream has been removed from Life's screen. And now we're going to be back into the game. So as the dust settles, Gen G are a comfortable 4,000 gold in the lead. We've got an Infernal Soul. And that's bad news for Fred at Brion, who will now have to fight tooth and nail over the rest of these dragons. Thankfully, they do have 4 minutes of breathing room and a composition that team fights much better than their last one. I'm just not sure whether it fights better than Gen G's comp that they have put together for themselves.
No, I don't think so. Not at this point in time. Take a look at BDD's items here. He has Banshee Veil completed on top of the Ludens, and he has a needlessly large rod. I mean, this is so needlessly large. And a tier and a stopwatch. Okay, so like this is like solo queue where that one guy just gets way too fed. Except it happened here in a pro game. So much of their gold is on BDD, but their other lanes aren't hurting for it. You know, it's not like only BDD is doing well, of course.
Yeah.
Everybody else also having a fun time in this one.
Oh, okay. That is a beautiful Deadly Flourish. Rule is going to set up the kill, the flick back, and yeah, the pick potential of this comp is so scary, but Fred at Brion had no right to be that far out. Their jungle actually belongs to Gen G at this point in time, and they will continue pushing forward. I think if it was a kill onto Umti, they may have just gone straight for the Baron.
Yeah, you know...
But it's only been alive for a minute.
You're wearing your horse's clothes, I guess you feel invincible, but absolutely not. Jin can do some pretty stupid stuff in terms of pick, as we saw there, and what did I say before? If you root, stun, or CC in general, anybody, Talia is going to love you. And the follow-up Seismic Shove, massive burst from the Luden's Talia is you can't underestimate that. And Kliz is going to sit here with the ward over the wall. This is also a very fun Talia maneuver as he goes in.
Yeah, just not going to sit there. In fact, they're just going to kill Henna. He's just dead, and the horse can't find the way in. Unfortunately, hasn't been doing too many equestrian activities and couldn't quite make it jump over the fence that time around, and also was too late regardless.
Yeah, and
a worrisome time.
You know, Henna just way too far up the lane, right? I mean, he is very far behind with this team. You can't really be up in that position up against a Talia or a Nautilus or really anybody at this point. You have to play it safe. And so he's just going to get simply caught out there. Here, you know, a bit of damage comes out, and the second he gets rooted, it's just, you know, a crit to the face, a grenade to the face, seismic shove, everything in the kit. And here, same thing. Henna's so far up the lane alone, and he just assumes because they have control of their topside jungle that he'll be safe, but that was absolutely not the case, as we saw.
Yep, not enough. And just seeing the pick power of this squad in full effect was a joy to watch there from Gen G, who are looking like they're cruising towards 4-0 as far as game score. Looking like the team to beat so far. They are our Spring Kings, to be honest. They just do very, very well at the start of a season. But can't really be talking about it too early. You know, I like jumping guns, but this may be even too much for me, as we still have yet to see Damwon play. And they'll be up next in our next match.
Gen G against T1, Gen G against Damwon Kia. These are going to be massive matches, and I think they're going to be a lot of fun. Gen G, it seems like, are definitely not weaker than they were last year. If anything, they've gotten stronger. But again, they need to be put to the test. And so far, a couple of teams haven't really put them to the test, if I'm being honest. So we'll get a look at some of those games in the future, no doubt. But until then, we just get to relish in the fact that, indeed, Gen G are still a very strong team.
Yep, they look good. Oh, the buffering of the hookshot was pretty nice there from Rascal. It's like the ultimate didn't do anything out of the Narf. As Lava going to try and escape. Does use the stopwatch to avoid the shockwave that would have indeed been his death. As Umti going to get into the line of fire, but eventually does get out, as Delight not going to be his namesake about that particular bullet to the back of the head. And now Fred at Brion setting up for the defense as best that they can. Hoyer off to the side, but that control ward in the brush is going to help Gen G out a lot. Rascal over there. Not going to get double tapped or anything like that.
Ruler's so
Unti.
fast.
Yeah.
Away from that one. Fred and Brian are not scared. But
Oya? He's supposed to be tanky, guys. He's not. That's going to be a hookshot stun. He does manage to make it into Mega Gnar, but it's not going to keep him alive. Klid's going to join the battle as well, as Delight does get a bit of work done there with his Magnet Storm, but it's not the work that you really want, as Lava flashes the dredge line, but he's still going to get hit by the plethora of CC that this Gen G roster has. Double kill for Rascal. He'll see to as well, as he gives him the good old thumbs up. There's the King's Own banner as well from Rascal, just to add to it. I love it. Just going back to the good old days, I guess, is what Rascal's saying. And Gen G will take a Baron. I think that was a shockwave onto it as well, in celebration there from BDD.
Got a low cooldown, you know, might as well get in there, do some extra damage, but again, I mean, look at this, they're so far forward. Like, Hoya's like, yeah, I'm the tank, I almost got Mega Gnar, let me go in. But no, I mean, BDD is just so massive, and you have, I don't think he's really got any MR at this point in time. He can't just stand there, and he baits his whole team into a fight. Everybody way too far forward on the side of Fred Brian, and Gen G just, you know, it's like they're at brunch when they didn't eat anything for dinner the last day. It's like they're starving, and they're just shoving food into their mouths at this point. And, you know, it wasn't pretty, but it definitely satisfied Gen G at the end.
That's one of my favorite analogies you've ever come up with, Valdez. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Anything to do with brunch, I'm all about it.
Big brunch fan.
Oh, yeah. My bagel place started doing brunch. Very, very excited.
That is
fantastic.
Poggers for sure.
Yeah, on the global LCK broadcast talking about a Korean brunch place. It's probably not super relevant to a lot of you guys, but I hope it wasn't completely intolerable, as now, Fred at Brion, they can't really tolerate Gen G moving towards their inhibitor turrets. This game is feeling ever closer to over, if not it being completely over.
You know, 12,000 gold, 26 minutes kind of tells the story.
Yeah.
We don't have to tell that story for you guys. You can take a look at the scoreboard. And
maybe we can keep talking about Casper.
Or brunch. I mean, I was kind of okay with that discussion.
True.
Well, they're just going to take the inhibitor, it looks like. Fred and Brion don't want anything to do with them.
Yeah, that's going to go down. I'm looking forward to hearing about your brunch place a little bit later, but we are just going to talk about the fact that this top inhibitor is going to be falling down first. And Fred and Brion just look like they have no idea what they're going to do in the face of this. And to be perfectly honest, I don't blame them. There isn't really many options that they have. The wall is going to be put up here by Klid. It's not really going to do anything at all. It's just going to try and cut the Nexus in half. As there's the flash forward, Magnet Storm doing some work, as the Gnar is going to be met with multiple stopwatches, as Hoya does at least get a kill in the fight, but the flash is forward from Ruler, grabs himself a triple kill, and now the curtains are indeed called. It's a very, very fitting ultimate ability, as the ace is going to be completed by Rascal. The Nexus turrets will go down, and the Nexus will follow. And Gen G, they start with 2 clean sweeps here in week 1.
Yeah, pretty easy game there for Gen G, 21-6 in terms of kills, and a relatively short game. You know, compared to some of the other games we have seen so far in 2021 Spring. And yeah, a pretty easy one there for Gen G. Not really having any trouble, as some hugging going on here on the side of Fred and Brion. Gotta pick yourself up and try again. Seems like.
Yeah, keep the spirits up. You know, I agree with that. As BDD will get revenge on his former KT teammate in Umpty. And the rest of Gen G just continuing to be dominant. This team's looking very, very strong. I feel like it's only Klid that's had some questionable plays so far, but at least he's being aggressive, and the rest of the team are following up where they need to. It's, yeah, it's looking like Gen G feeling like they've certainly oiled the machine in the off-season. They've come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, again, we need to see how they get tested by some of the better teams in the LCK, but so far very clean. Against some of the middle of the pack, and not really too much else to say about that one. You know, it was a good start from Delight down in the bottom side. I like that he made a couple of plays, but they just really weren't able to snowball anything after that. The top side of the map just kind of got demolished. after the initial kill onto the Gnar, who continues to be useless here in the LCK. Either 1 in 6 or 1 in 7. Orange buff got taken many times that game, and yeah, there wasn't really much else to that one. The top side of the map was very scary for Gen G, and they got ahead when they needed to, and they were just able to close that out very easily.
Yeah, and I feel like Rascal's Death Note is really getting some ticks in it. And I'm looking forward to who he's going to be facing next to see whether he can continue to make that collection happen, because this guy is looking real good so far, having taken down Doran and Hoya in his first couple of missions. So next week is going to be an interesting one to check in on that top lane story. And in fact, next game is going to be a good one as well. A lot of people have a lot of high hopes on what Kanna can achieve, and also Khan, as we're going to have a look at some highlights as well, guys. Henna grabbing that first kill was a good start for Fred at Brion, but unfortunately was basically the end of the good news.
Yeah, and you know, this is what I was saying, that Talia just able to get some super easy gank assist from the Camille, and then over here, Fred at Brion extending a little bit too far forward, 3v4, keep in mind, as the Gnar wasn't really part of that fight at all. Maybe a communication issue. Forgot about this, actually, the solo kill from Hoya. So, you know, at least he got his revenge individually, I suppose, but that was about it for them.
Yeah, funny it didn't say executed, as the orange buff that you were talking about before managed to take him down. As Ruler, he managed to survive this one. Life wasn't so lucky, as Umti gonna land that very cute spear, but just look at Rascal's health bar. This is the essence of calculation right here. Just knows that last cast minion shot, not gonna be enough. Yeah. I think it's 1 health right there.
I would have liked to actually see that, but we're never going to know exactly how much health he had. It was probably 1 to 5, I would imagine.
Yep, somewhere in between there.
And here you can see Gen G were kind of feeling themselves, going for the 2v3. I think that was optimistic, and then they got double teleported on, but it ended up being a 1-for-1 when Hoya overextended, and Ruler was just split pushing, so only huge value to the side of Gen G, and then just way too over-aggressive here, way too confident from the side of Fred at Brion to try to take this fight, but to be honest, the game was kind of over at this point anyway, so they just wanted to go out with a bang, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, BDD had a Gucci wallet at that point in time. Like, he was rolling in fat stacks, and it was way too heavy for this team in that team fight. Like, when a Mega Gnar gets taken down to like 6% health in like 1 Orianna combo, sans ultimate, like, it's just silly. As we're gonna listen to the players now on their road to victory.
공 한 번. 끝.
까비.
라인 끝나고.
미드 라인 들어간다.
이제 들어온다. 천천히.
자, 소니 한 번.
안 빠질게.
그래,
그래,
잡았어.
바로 먹게.
오.
앞에 로프이다 저거. 난 죽을만. 로프 달아.
이렇게 이렇게.
Says probably has
진
some
노플,
sort of
제 소니 노플.
thing.
얘 소니야 있을걸?
I don't think that would have mattered.
있을 거야.
Just a lot of talking about who they're going to cover, who are we looking at, who are we going to try to focus down.
And then BDD with the KT flare there for his benefit is adorable. As we're checking out some of the stats here as well, a fair bit of damage done by Henna, but you can see it was all about BDD's Orianna doing so much work in a lot of these fights, and then the follow-up damage from Ruler as he got online later and later into the game. But look at that, there was some red parts of the gold graph. So better than game 1.
Wow. True.
Yeah.
Early game,
silver linings.
even up until up until the last moment. So
did you
there
forget to POG?
Yeah, I did. I'm not a very good Vald analyst today in terms of the POG votes, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed. Who are you gonna go with?
I don't know. Like the initial gank up in the top side was pretty good, but BDD just got so unbelievably fed, and I really liked his team fighting, so I think I'll give it to BDD again. Maybe in hopes of, giving him a POG vote that he got robbed of in game 1 as well.
Yeah. We'll see whether it's all Rascals with 1 BDD that you've managed to throw out as well, and we can start calling you BDD Simp. Yeah, that sounds absolutely fine to me. We're going to be able to check in with that to see who's going to pick up that POG vote. And in fact, we are going to do it right now with G-Sun, for some translation. Talk to you later.
We're back after Genji taking down Brion with a very fantastic performance as an experienced squad. Genji had a very easy game based on their comp. Well, they shared Talia and Nidalee during the PK events, but Nidalee was not paired with the best partners in her team. Maybe Camille could be better than affiliates because she can actually offer them some engage tools during team fights. Maybe they were too aware of the fact that Ruler is sitting on the opponents and he's a fantastic affiliates player. Zoe versus Orianna or Zoe versus Syndra is a very common matchup in the mid lane. But he doesn't really think that it's the god tier champion in terms of the laning phase. But we're still seeing a lot of Zoe games. But when you are facing up against Orianna or Syndra, she actually requires a lot of attention from the jungler, but it was not enough in this game. So we had 10k damage differential in the end of the game in the mid lane. However, Hoya actually managed to pick up a solo kill on Rascal, but the game went south as he bited the dust after the solo kill. So Nar died over here, and then we were seeing a Herald fight. But Freddy Brian was not really good with their team fight preparation. So Rao was trying to get vision around the right-hand side of the river, but we have to keep in mind that Nar TP'd back to lane after dying. So he was not able to join the fight fast enough, so maybe Rao had to keep in mind that they can easily get outnumbered. In addition to that, right before the Herald timing, well, Talia was able to make a point on the top lane, which can be easily converted to the Herald try. So Fred and Brian should have been having more heads up for this kind of potential play. We had another highlight where Fred and Brian kind of made a mistake with their kind of preparation. First off, let's take a look how Hena utilized his ability. Rao goes in first. That's the most popular combo from Rao, and it worked fine. But Aphelios was too early to cast his Q because it actually went off before his auto landed on Jean. So he was able to run away with Flash. And let's take a look at the gold amount that Zoe had. Although they were setting up for a fight, Zoe has 1.5k gold in the pocket. So we can see the huge item differential during this fight as well. So it was a nice try, but their preparation was not good enough to end it with the win.
번뜩이는 모습도 보여줬고 또 흐름을 잘 알고 있다는 게 이제 앞으로 어떤 모습을 보여줄지 너무나도 팬분들께서
But we are really impressed to see how the way they were looking for some fights. So we are looking forward to some of the fantastic performance coming out from Brion as well. And the POG from game number 2 is BDD, finally! First POG of the split in the second series of the split. He was doing a lot of work today, he was supporting his teammates really well. And we can really tell he's been feeling really comfortable on the Rift compared to last year. Maybe he has upgraded even more. He always had lane priority, he had bigger impact all throughout the games. He definitely outperformed the opponents. BDD had some of the shaky time last year, so a lot of people were curious what kind of form he's gonna bring this year. And you know, a talented player like BDD can always come back to his best form. Once again, he had another outplay here. I mean, his performance is so clean, and we can kind of tell that he is trusting his teammates. Unanimous vote over to BDD.
자, 이렇게 두
to close
룸메이트죠.
out
라스칼
the
선수와
series.
BDD
And let's hear from the
선수가
roommates
퓨즈를
on the side of
가져갔고요.
Genji,
조금 더 완벽한
Rascal,
운영을
and
보여준
BDD.
젠지가 연승에
The centerpiece
들어갑니다.
of the
자,
Genji's
그럼 오늘
top side.
승리의 주역 라스칼 선수, BDD 선수 만나보도록
Let's welcome
하겠습니다.
BDD and Rascal for this
안녕하세요.
POG interview.
벌써
Hello!
웃고 있는데요.
They're smiling already.
안녕하세요. 두 분의 조합은 보기만 해도 웃음이 납니다. 자, 이렇게 개막 첫 주 연승을 가져가면서
Congratulations
이제
on
단독 1위에
getting a
올랐습니다.
winning streak
소감부터
in the
들어볼게요.
first
라스칼
week of the
선수.
split. How are you feeling, Rascal?
깔끔하게 이겨서 너무 좋고
I'm happy that we were able to get a
반가운 얼굴이
clean
앞에
victory.
보여서 더 좋은 것
And,
같습니다.
you know, we have some familiar faces
BDD 선수도 소감
on the
한마디
analyst
부탁드려요.
desk, so feels nice
네, 저도
I'm also
강영이랑
glad
마찬가지로 깔끔하게 이겼고
that we
반가운
won
얼굴이 있어서
with a clean performance, and I'm happy to
챙겨주는 게
see
좋은
my
것밖에
old friends
네.
on the show.
일단 뭐 최우범 감독님 관련해서 물어보고 싶은 얘기가 있다고
And the question
하셨어요.
referring
BDD 선수
Edgar,
이전에 함께 했었던 최우범
BDD, you were
감독님과의
facing up
대결이었는데
against your former
경기
head
이전에
coach.
어떤
Did
마음가짐으로
you
인했나요?
kind
그리고
of
또
have a
경기 전에
different
혹시
mindset
좀
for the game, or
서로
did you
주고받은 게
message
그런 얘기가
him,
있나요?
message him before the game?
진짜 아무 생각도 없었고
Nothing special in mind at all. No contact, you know,
한것 같아요.
just as usual.
따로 라스칼 선수도 연락을 드리진 않았나요?
What about you, Rascal?
네.
별로 안 친한 것 같은데.
그렇습니다. 룰러 선수가 또 이긴 후에 밥
Ruler
사드린다고
promised to
했으니까,
buy him a
네.
decent dinner
그런
after
걸로
taking them down, so
네,
we'll
이제
be
라스칼
looking
선수한테 여쭤볼 게
forward to hear
있는데
some updates
이제
on it.
역시 레넥톤하면 라스칼이다.
Rascal, you
아니,
are
그만
popping
웃으시고.
off. And Renekton,
아니,
please
지금
stop
아니,
laughing.
아니,
Rascal, please let me just ask you some questions.
3패인데
You're currently 13-3 here in the LCK.
계속 잡았어요.
Renekton,
혹시
and you had the priority
BDD
when you're
선수가 한
facing
건지
up
아니면
against
라스칼 선수가 한
Queen.
건지
So
궁금해서 여쭤볼게요.
who made the call for the turret dive?
제가 했는데
I did.
이게 미드가 주도권이 항상 가지고 있어서
Because
좀
our
부르기가
mid
너무 편한
laner
것 같아요.
always had priority. It was really comfortable for me to call him.
역시 미드 주도권으로 인한
네, 그러면 이제 레넥톤을 가지고 카운터인
So with
퀸으로
that
굉장히
Renekton,
퀸을 상대했잖아요.
You were
근데 굉장히
actually
잘 상대했는데
facing a
퀸을
counter
상대하는
pick
비법이
Queen.
있을까요?
So is there any tip to dealing with Queen?
사실 카운터라고 저는 생각은 하지
I don't really
않고
think Queen is a
그냥 좀
counter.
맞더라도 그냥 맞음
So, I
기분이
mean,
안 상하면 돼요. 그냥
just
할 거 하고
Don't feel
생각보다
unhappy
그냥
when she
별로
like
때리지도
auto attacks
않고
you. She's not that strong.
푸시도 되게 느려가지고
She's really slow with
잘하면
her
되는 것 같습니다.
push.
네.
So
이게
I think
확실히 시간이
you just have to focus on your own play.
경험이 쌓인다는 게 옛날 같았으면 저 선수는 때렸어요.
as players
맞는 거
gain
싫어, 난
experience,
때리고
you know, you
싶어
can
하는데
tell
바뀐 것 같아.
how
맞나요,
players
라스칼
change
선수?
because Rascal, he could have gotten emotional if
그건
you
아닌 것 같아요.
were playing without experience, right?
네, 알겠습니다.
I don't really think so.
나르가 나왔습니다.
Let's move on to
뭐
game
나르에게
number 2,
솔직히
and we had
당하기도
another
했지만
Nar coming
지금
out
LCK에서는
in
나르가
the
8전 전승인데
LCK, even though you got solo
LCK에서는
kill by that
유독
champion.
승률이 안 좋아요.
Well,
왜
Nar's not
그럴까요?
having a good time in the LCK, whereas LPL, Nar is undefeated.
그거는 진짜 저도 잘 모르겠습니다.
I'm not really
그럼
sure
라스칼
about
선수는
that.
나르를 어떻게 평가하시나요?
How do you rate Nar?
좋은
in the
것
current
같아요.
meta.
선픽으로도
I think
요즘은
it's
무난하고
good. It's a good
라인전도
champion to blind pick.
괜찮고, 이제
It has a
후반에도
decent lane increase
그
ability,
포텐도 있는 것 같아서
and it has a potential
충분히
for
나올 만한
late game.
챔피언인 것
I think
같아요.
it's
언제
a very
나와도
viable
괜찮을
pick.
것 같다라고 말을 해주셨습니다.
네, 그럼 라스칼 선수 이 경기 때
So Rascal,
상대
game 2.
탑 바텀의 기세가 너무 대단했는데요. 이제
Well,
신인들의
actually, Brion had quite a bit of
상대는
a pressure on the top
솔로킬의
and
황제
bottom
시리즈.
lane. So how was facing up against your
아
rookies?
근데 진짜 요즘 이제 새로
mean, you are
나오는
the god of the
신인분들
solo
다
kills.
포함해서 다 너무 잘하는 것 같아요.
I really want to point this out that all the rookies in the LCK are so talented. So I'm not gonna put my guards down, and I'll always work hard.
질문입니다. 연습 경기에서
BDD,
90%
I heard
정도
you guys are
된다고
having
하셨잖아요.
about 90% win rate
오늘은
in
좀 그런 부분이
screens.
얼마나 반영된 것 같나요?
So how much were you guys able to channel that effort into competitive game?
진짜 깔끔한
Just like our
경기가 나와가지고
practice game, I think we were able to show a very clean performance. It felt like we were having, like it felt similar to our screen games.
하던 대로 하면 이긴다.
경기력이 너무 좋았다, 만족스럽다라는 말씀인 것 같습니다.
또 이제 개인적으로 궁금한 게 있는데
I have a
BDD
personal
선수
question over to
원래 이제 잘하던
BDD.
선수지만
You
약간
are
이번에 개막하고 나서
definitely
몸이
used
조금
to
더
be a
가벼워진 느낌이거든요.
talented player,
그게
but
약간
I can
이번에
tell
새로
from your
들어온
performance that
뽕코치님의
you are
영향이 있을까요?
playing with less burden. So was that something to do with your new coach, Gung?
제가 뭔가 주도권을 잡고 나서 영향력을 펼치는
So,
부분에서
I think
되게 꼬이는 부분이 많았는데
I had some
그때마다
trouble
제가
exerting my
저
pressure
혼자
after I got
영상을
this lane
약간
priority
되게 많이 보는 편이었는데
during the laning phase, and
그때마다
I was
뭔가
the only
해소가 안
one to kind of
됐거든요. 근데 이제
review my
콩코치님이
VODs and like
만약
figure out.
게임에서 제가
But now that I have
희생을 해서
Gung
뭐
on the
CS
coaching
부분에
staff,
막 딸린다거나 그러면
you know,
끝나고 다 얘기해
he kind of
주셔가지고
gave a very
뭔가 그런
detailed
부분에서
comments like
엄청
my CS
많이
department and
발전되는 것
everything.
같아요.
So it really helped me to
오늘은
helps me develop.
10점 만점에 몇 점인가요?
How would you like to rate
자신의
yourself
아,
on a scale of 10?
오늘 뭐 10점 만점에 1.5점.
1.5 out of 10.
아,
아,
이 경기가
라스칼 선수
1.5점.
반응봐요.
Did you see the face of Rascal?
모욕입니다. 이거.
라스칼 선수가
아,
보기엔 몇
네.
점인 것
Rascal,
같습니까?
how would you like to rate BDD's performance today?
9점으로 하겠습니다.
Nine.
1점은 너무 역겨워가지고.
1.5 was
아, 컨셉이 이어지고
Too much, you
있다
know?
이런 말씀이신 것 같아요. 그리고 라스칼 선수에게 또 직접 전하고 싶은 메시지가
and a
있다면
message over to
Oh.
Rascal.
오늘 안재현 닮았다고.
You look like a Korean actress.
넘어가죠.
You look so handsome.
네, 논란이 있을 것 같아서 넘어가죠.
But let's just skip it.
인상을 띄우기도 하셨고 했는데
그 킹존 인장을 띄우고
Oh
계신
yeah,
분인지
I
약간
want
좀
to
저도 약간
also ask you
그렇게
about
약간 혹시 보고
the
싶은 사람이
Kingdom
있었나
Flares.
물어보려고
So do
했는데
you miss
인터뷰에서
anyone
이제 먼저 얘기를 하길래
specifically?
보고
뿌듯하셨나요?
싶은 사람은 네
Yeah, I
오늘 보고
mean,
이미 본 것 같아요.
I think I've already mentioned
네,
about it.
알겠습니다. 너무
I
애정이
did miss
넘치네요.
Gorilla, and I was
네,
I'm happy that I was
알겠습니다.
able to
자,
see
이제
him on
다음
screen.
경기는 T1을 상대합니다. 두 분
Our
모두
next
꼭 이기고
opponent will
싶은
be
경기일 것
T1,
같거든요.
and I'm pretty
이번엔
sure you
각오
guys
들어볼게요.
both want to
라스칼
take them
선수부터
down.
한마디 해주시죠.
근데 잘 준비해서
We're gonna practice and
지금 어찌됐든
prepare
좋은
hard.
기세 타고
I
있으니까
think we are on
좀
the
이 기세 타서
decent
이기면은 되게
momentum
기분
right
좋을 것
now,
같아요.
so
그래서
we
열심히
wanna
해서
keep the ball
깔끔하게
rolling
이겨보도록
and get
하겠습니다.
a clean victory again.
BDD 선수도
And
한마디
BDD?
해주시죠.
네, 이제 잘하는 팀들 연전 남았는데
So we are facing up against the
노력하겠습니다.
stronger teams. So we will make sure to get
요즘에 잠은 잘
wins and
주무시나요?
continue
두
the
분은
win
이렇게
streak.
모기도 없고
Are you
한데.
guys having some good night's sleep? And then no more mosquitoes.
뭐죠? 무슨 질문이죠 이거?
왜냐면 작년
What's
시즌에
that?
뭐라고 하셨냐면
in last year, they mentioned that they are having hard time sleeping because there were too many mosquitoes, and Rascal is also going to the bathroom too often. Is it better now?
요즘에 뭐 잘 자는 거 없고 평소처럼 그냥 자는
Just
거
as
같아요.
usual.
2년 차에 그런 서로를 사랑하는 모습?
그거 덕분에 이렇게 경기력이 좋지 않았나?
네, 그렇습니다.
I guess
다음
they were
경기가
able
더
to perform
기대됩니다.
even
다음 경기 화이팅
better
하세요.
with better
화이팅!
quality of sleep.
감사합니다.
So this will be the end of the interview with Rascal and BDD. I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as usual, for the wonderful translation. I'm glad that we managed to sneak in a word about, Rascal's habits in the bathroom.
Yeah, great.
Not sure why we needed to talk about that.
Okay, awesome.
Mosquito is very relevant as well. But Gen G having their next match be against T1 is a huge one, as they are now the top dogs in the LCK. As we have a look at the standings. This is a Gen G that's really looking strong in their first two matches.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I think that Gen G might be a bit favored against T1. But again, we're going to get another look at T1 in the next matchup against Damwon Kia. So that's going to give us a bit more information. And a lot of strong teams going head-to-head in recent times now. So I'm really excited to see that next match especially.
Oh yeah, this is going to be the banger. This is one everyone has been waiting for, and I know you guys are. So we are going to have a short break. When we get back, it is Damwon Kia, our world champions, up against T1 that now have Faker back in the mid lane. Make sure you don't miss it. We'll see you soon.
what is an easy, affordable, but powerful video editor? So, you're fine.
Oh, you tell me stories tuck me in, and the second you leave, I call you right back to check for monsters in my streets. Yeah, high school was hard. You'd fight with my mom. I'd fall asleep to the screaming, sound machine always speaking, left emotional scars. Now I'm 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. At 21. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. I'm just a kid. Oh, I'm doing things I shouldn't know from. Yeah, doing things I shouldn't do. At 21. Yeah, I play you my favorite songs on a car ride while you list me all the people that left you in your life. Oh, oh, and you smoke on your chair while I was trying to sleep. I smell the smoke in the air, but that was normal for me. I didn't know. I didn't know. But now I'm 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21, feels like I'm 50s. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. Oh, at 21. Yeah, I'm 21. Oh, just a kid. Oh, I'm doing things I shouldn't know from. Doing things I shouldn't know. At 21. At 21. At 21. Whoa. I'm 21.
Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames, I rip it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bunny. Don't try studying me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Yeah, you better listen. I'm bringing heat, you'll be a fan when I start rapping. Way I'll have your fucking head spinning. I'm known as spit vicious, release bombs and go tick tick boom. You blow me that head missing. I'm a
phenomenon. Stacking cheese like it's Parmesan. 8 different flows, call me Octomom. I'm moving fast like the Autobahn. And I'm independent, so I'm not your fucking starving like it's Ramadan. Sick, twisted, gifted, can't copy, printed. Can't hold me down, I shape shift, I'm liquid. I killed this beat, I might get convicted. They know how I move, it was predicted. Persistent, spoke it into existence, so consistent, no assistance. Hear me once, become addicted. If I rap it, then I live it. There's no cap, and I'll be speaking this. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
your choice to make a little mockery, it won't do. Further down the line, still surrendering, trying harder to forgive you. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door has closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile and don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down. Candlelight has gone out. Some will win and some will lose. Nothing much else to say. Thought I was searching for something. Door is closed, not a sound. Take a look as I am now. Still I smile but don't speak. Will you please slow down? Slow down. Slow down. Slow down.
Seeing monsters at your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream. Until our last breath, every heartbeat. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. Pick up my sword, yeah, there's nothing I won't do. When you found me alive, when the chaos is rising, leading the charge, yeah, I'm coming, I'm fighting. Swear on the breath that I breathe, I'll never retreat, yeah, I'll be your army. When your nightmares turn to real life and the ground's filled up with landmines, we will face it standing side by side. You know I'll come running when you need. I'm coming. You know I'll come running. You go to war, then I'm going with you. I prayed for my downfall and I found a way to reconcile. Cause in my heart it's not worthwhile. It's a bloody battlefield where some go down, others heal. In the end it's all the same. All you can do is play the game. Oh, do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm sad to say I'm sorry, so lie. Pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. And so I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Life kept spitting at my feet and forced me down a dead-end street when all I had went up in flames, burning only dark remains. I cover up every part of my skin, oh, cause I don't like the person within, oh. I know I'm the one to blame. All I can do is take the shame, oh. Do we say goodbye? Refuse to question why. I'm too sad to say I'm sorry, so lie and pretend that you're okay. Swear that you will stay. Keep trying for one day. Whoa, I'm sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. There's nothing left for me to hide. Don't wanna live a lie. Too many lows, too many highs. Too many things to criticize. So I leave it all behind. Don't wanna live a lie. Sick of all these lies. Don't care if I capsize. Oh no.
Yeah, we're going up. Next floor is us. You're riding with us.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2021, and this is the match, undoubtedly, that you were all waiting for. Finally, we see Damwon Kia again after their Worlds and Kesper domination, and T1 now with the man at the helm of the team back on the roster. Faker in the mid lane. Otherwise, not a lot of changes, I don't think, to the roster for T1 moving into today's match. And so we get it again. You know, this is Showmaker versus Faker, the Acres, as I believe the Korean broadcast likes to describe them, which I think is adorable. This is going to be a tough match for T1, though, Brendan.
Yeah. You know, Damwon Kia coming into the LCK 2021 in their first game, right? And it's up against T1. This is, you know, we were all waiting for Damwon Kia to eventually come in, and it actually waited until the last possible moment to get to see them. So I'm sure everybody's really excited to see what they can do up against T1, who are also fielding that strong roster with Faker back in the mid lane.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's have a look at Damwon Kia first, though. No changes to the roster outside of the top lane, as of course, a bit of a switcheroo with FPX, as Noguri went over to China and Khan came back to Korea. So he's going to be trying to fill some pretty big shoes up there on the top side of the map, but the rest of it remains unchanged, and this team is terrifying. And I think it's all because of Canyon. Canyon is just too good at the video game.
Yeah, I think there's no denying that, right? He wins the World's MVP. He basically raffle stomped his way even through Worlds. I mean, the guy has been able to challenge the best junglers in the world and come out on top time and again. And when that happens, you obviously earn yourself that spot as at least the best jungler, if not the best player, because we all kind of feel like he's the best player on Damwon Kia at the moment. So, man, the guy is insane, and even down on the bottom side, obviously Ghost has stepped up in a huge way alongside of Showmaker and Beryl, who are already very strong, and it seems like Khan feels pretty comfortable in his new position as well.
Yeah, he looked good in the Kesper Cup. We do need to talk about the coaching stuff, though, as you can see on your screen, of course, the switcheroo that T1 and Damwon like to do at the end of every year. Of course, Coach Kim went from Damwon to T1 the beginning of last year, and now, the beginning of this year, Zephyr is making his way back to T1 again, alongside Danny as well, who was, of course, also responsible for a lot of Damwon's success in 2020. And then, of course, because it has to always be a switch, Pumandu and Koma are going to make their way back over to Damwon as well. So, I don't know, the ring around the rosy is, it's just a continuous cycle between these two squads, and we'll see whether it's going to be Koma's ability to win back-to-back that's going to help Damwon, right? Because I think that it's very interesting, this hangover after becoming champions of the biggest tournament in your league. This is something that has held other teams back in the past in multiple different sports, as we're going to hear from the players right now.
안녕하세요. 이번 연도 새롭게 담원에 입단하게 된 탑라이너 칸 김동원이라고 합니다. 하루하루 제 일상에 감사를 느끼려고요. 옆자리에 캐년이 있어서 감사합니다. 그 옆자리에 쇼메이커라서 또 감사합니다. 옆엔 또 고스트 베리 또 있어서 감사합니다.
일단 화건이 형이 그렇게 평소에 말이 그렇게 많고 약간 좀 장난기도 그렇게 많진 않고 진짜 탑라이너처럼 좀 게임만 열심히 하는 그런 약간 고독한 형이었는데, 이제 동아 형은 평소에 너무 웃겨가지고 정반대의 스타일인 것 같아서 분위기는 그대로 엄청 좋은 것 같아요.
전년도 우승한 팀이라 그런지 일단 팀원들이 다 잘하고 너무 파이팅 넘치기 때문에 일단 기대감이 되게 커요. 이 자리에서 제가 할 역할만 제대로 수행하면은 얼마나 올라갈 수 있을지 지금에서의 제 생각인 것 같아요.
작년에 담원에서 롤드컵 우승하셨던 감독 코치님들이 T1에 오신다는 소리 듣고
굉장히 믿고 따를 수 있다는 생각을 했고, 저희 T1에 들어와서 많은 도움을 주시지 않을까 생각했습니다.
기대 이상보다 만족 중이고, 괜히 막 롤드컵 우승 출신 감독 코치님이 아니구나 생각합니다.
김정근 감독님 진짜 커리어도 대단하시고 진짜 능력도 되게 좋으시고 되게 잘생기셨고 진짜 얘기도 맨날 재밌게 하시고, 와우, 진짜로 성격도 너무 좋으셔가지고 진짜로 항상 옆에 있으면 뭔가를 배우는 느낌이고요. 진짜로 와, 진짜 김정근 감독님 진짜 화이팅입니다. 정말 감사합니다.
제가 몸담았던 팀이니만큼 더 열심히 해서 좋은 경기력으로 이기고 싶다는 생각이 들었습니다. 저보다는 감독님이 더 이기고 싶어 하지 않을까요?
한 선수도 굉장히 오랜만에 적팀으로 만나게 되는데, 적으로 만났을 때 좀 진 적이 몇 번 있어가지고 이번에는 꼭 이기고 싶네요.
제가 T1 상대로 상대 전적이 16대 3이라고 하는데 이번 연도도 잘 혼내주도록 하겠습니다. 목 닫고 기다리고 계세요, 이상욱 씨.
담원한테 저희가 좀 상성이 안 좋은 걸로 알고 있는데, 상성을 뒤집기 위해서 열심히 준비해서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
상대 전적이 8대2 정도로 되게 많이 앞서는 걸로 알고 있어서 이번에도 쉽게 그냥 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
담원을 이겨야만 우승이라는 목표에 다가갈 수 있을 것 같아서 승리해보겠습니다. 팀 화이팅! 팀 화이팅! 팀 화이팅!
그냥 다 조심하세요. 천하무적 그냥 위풍당당 담원 4인방이 나가십니다. 저만 제발 괴롭히지 말아주세요. 감사합니다.
Some say Carrier is still saying T1 fighting even now. That was one of the strangest things we've ever seen. It's interesting to look back on Khan versus T1, though. I hadn't really thought about it because he would then became affiliated with T1 and then left the country, right? So that was a long time ago, but that was the rise of, Longzhu and Kingzone, and this squad that was so incredibly powerful didn't quite manage to make it to the top tier back quite a few years ago. So interesting looking at where Khan is now, but let's introduce the starting roster. No surprises when it comes to Damwon Kia. It's just Khan up there towards the top side of the map. As any form of change, it's Damwon and Gen G that are the least changed teams moving into 2021, with T1 very close behind because, of course, a lot of their players did remain. They're just using a lot of others as well. This squad is just massive. As you can see them, here's the confirmation. Of course, you guys all knew it already. Faker back in the mid lane. Gumayushi and Carrier on the bottom side of the map. They performed very well in their first series, with Kana and Elim on the top side. Kana looking as good as ever, and Elim doing okay. I don't know whether he'd get 10 out of 10 from his first series, but he was still strong.
Yeah, and speaking about some of the matchups, just that first one right there. I mean, Cannon versus Elim, that is going to be a massive undertaking for Elim. We're also going to take a look at the 2020 match record. You could see that Damwon did actually fall to T1, but that was in Spring, and Spring was a very different feel from LCK Summer, which is where Damwon really turned on the Jets and became a different team.
Yeah, I believe this was still with Nuclear on the roster, the first round of Spring, and then Ghost came in second round, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
I might need someone to confirm that for me, but it was 12 months ago, so, you know, my brain is not very, very good at looking back that far. This is the match record, though, between Showmaker and Faker. These two have been button heads for quite some time now, and Showmaker has found the better of him, and that is mostly due to the fact that T1 hasn't beaten Damwon in 12 months.
Yeah. Notice it was only 2-0 in Summer because T1 was not in the finals up against Damwon Kia. And at the same time, you know, these two guys have played against each other so much. It's incredible how many games they have, and we're looking at the breakdown between the difference between the two players and kind of which champions they've played over the years and stuff. Obviously, Faker has been around for a much longer time. And the 2020 World's MVP. This is the guy we were talking about. First in everything. I know, Atlas, you love your firsts, and you love it even when it's on a small amount of numbers, but this was on all of 2020 Worlds, okay? He got first in everything.
Yeah, Canyon is just a ridiculous player, and I thought that maybe it was a Worlds buff, you know, and he was just like popping off because it's the biggest tournament in the world. This was his chance, and he got himself in the zone. But then Kesper Cup comes around, and he looks like he's leveled up since then. Like, it's just insane what this guy can do. LM's going to have, a huge task ahead of him if he's going to take down this player, because it just looks like wherever you put Canyon, he makes his team look incredible. Even you look at All-Stars, right? Like, the LCK roster looked ridiculous because Canyon just makes everyone's job so easy.
He just carried All-Stars as well. Just like making it look easy against some of the best LPL players. And, you know, Khan put it best. He's like, I am thankful that I have Canyon on my team. I am thankful that I have Showmaker on my team. And Ghost and Beryl, of course. Khan's a great player in his own right, but he's surrounded by Titans himself. And they're going up against, you know, a pretty young squad when you consider the fact that Element and Gumi UC are also in the lineup. Obviously, Kana and Keria both have some experience under their belt at this point in time. Keria, a big pickup for T1 here in 2021. And Faker, the big Hyung, the big brother, he's back.
Exactly right. Of course, the only really notable change is the fact that Keria has taken Effort's spot on this roster. Otherwise, certainly everybody else is still there, you know. Cuz sitting behind LM, he could sub in at any time with Owner as well. Someone that I think a lot of people are very curious about. And we'll see when he's going to make his debut here in the LCK. But guys, this matchup has so many stories. We could talk for about 3 hours before we get into it. But we're not going to. Pick and ban is upon us. And Damwon Kia are on the blue side. The side that does a hell of a lot of winning. And Gen G, of course, the only team that has been able to win on red side so far this season.
Yeah, and we get our Akali Prio back. It is going to be first ban on red side. T1 respect the pick, even though it was left unpicked and unbanned in our first series between Gen G and Fredit Brion. But everything seems right with the world as these two teams enter the Rift. Talia also going to be banned away. We saw that Clid was pretty good on that pick in the last series, and they don't want to give that to Canyon. I think targeting Canyon as much as possible is a pretty good idea, even though a lot of these players on the side of Damwon Kia can pretty much play anything, as they have proven over the course of time.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And I mean, talking about breadth of champion pool as well, Faker back in the mid lane means that they have to be a little bit more careful with the curveballs that they throw at T1, because Faker he's played against everything, right? You're not going to be able to surprise this guy. So Showmaker, I know he's probably going to play Syndra. That's what we saw. Just wants to throw orbs around.
Oh, no, he won't.
Oh, it's going to be banned. Never mind.
Finally.
Are we going to get the Nidalee first pick? Yes, we are.
I suppose so. It's looking like it. Especially with Talia Olaf off the board. It used to be the Graves first pick, but not anymore. Now it's the Nidalee first pick. And Graves still strong, but he did take some slight nerfs. And Nidalee also still strong and seemingly at a better place right now. Aphelios, though, is going to be the pick for now alongside of Thresh.
I really want Damwon Kia just to pick Camille and Yone right now. That's what I want. But it's probably not going to happen. They're probably just going to lock in a bottom lane. And Samira going to come through and prove me absolutely correct in my disappointment. But that's absolutely fine. We'll probably see some Camille bans coming in after this, unless Tier 1 are going to snap that up for Canna. But Khan is actually one of the players that does really...
There it is.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, I got half of it. We're all right. Yone came in.
I was gonna say.
So let's see what Tier 1 are going to do to answer.
You can go ahead and skip your support pick for now if you want to prioritize what you want in the mid lane and kind of escape any more bans before the second phase. And that's exactly what they do. Yone comes in. Faker, what is going to be the response? It looks like he might just go back to some comfort. One of his most played champions ever, Azir, going to...
In fact, it is, I believe, his most played champion ever.
We did just see that stat, actually. Yeah, he is going to go back onto the Azir, so looking to lock down that mid lane with the Azir.
Yeah, see whether that's going to be enough to get that Yone out of the lane. We've seen his early laning phase isn't the easiest to navigate for the Yone, but it's when he gets out of the lane where things become a huge problem, so... See how that one is going to go. Rel going to be banned here. Well, I believe we saw that yesterday as well. She's really rocketing up in priority, is the Horse Claws lady. Very excited to see more of her, but not going to see her in this game, of course. Graves going to be banned away, and I believe like Graves Lilia or something like that against LM would make some sense. Just get rid of the rest of the top tier junglers.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. You're gonna have so much priority here for Canyon, and who knows how deep the pool is for LM, right? If you take away so much and you give priority to Faker because he's Faker, you know, how badly does that handicap your jungle? And that's definitely a good question to be asked and answered here, as Ornn is going to be taken off the board.
Maybe Kindred could be a big deal for LM as well, because of course Kindred and Azir, great synergy, being able to swipe people off the Lamb's Respite. See where LM's going to go though. This jungle pool is looking relatively thin, as Ornn and Jace going to be the last two bans. Khan banning Jace is a very interesting one. Of course, one of his most famous picks is the Jace up towards the top side. But I'm thinking Camille needs to be looked at. I don't know how she hasn't been picked or banned yet. She's been so strong. And it's going to be Renekton that Canna decides to go with instead, denying that Renekton Nidalee combination, as well as just locking away a big meatball for the top lane.
Yeah, and a very high priority pick right now, a very high tier pick, and the fact that it wasn't banned means that they're just going to scoop that one up. Of course, it does mean that you don't save counter pick for the top lane, but, you know, we've been seeing that a bit here, these R4 picks just prioritizing the higher tier top laners rather than trying to save it for the counter pick, as Alistar is going to be the choice alongside of Samira, and maybe a Volibear to go up against the Renekton.
Yeah, offering a little bit of extra magic damage, I guess. Interested to see whether Khan is going to be picking that one up, and he does. He locks it away. Lee Sin being considered for LM. As of course, as we mentioned, a lot of junglers now on the ban list. And yeah, Shaco could be it.
How about Teemo? Why not?
Yeah.
Teemo jungle. Jace jungle if it
Where
was
is...
banned.
He's been hovering this for way too long, actually. Kerry is just trolling us. And Lilia is going to be picked up. The choice that I thought might be banned away. This is going to make their top side very, very strong. That 2v2 could be dangerous.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, you know, the pick ban was, I feel like, actually in favor of T1. You know, at the end, it's pretty close, but I don't know. I like the Azir into the Yone Samira, right? It's got that range. You got the Renekton Lilia for the gank assist combo up in the top side. The Lilia going to be all over the place here. And again, a very solid, you know, bottom lane that can just lock things down the Achilles. Aphelios. I keep saying Achilles.
You've got
Shout out to
on the
him.
mind. I like it.
Hopefully he's watching. Aphelios Thresh down on the bottom side. Whereas certainly some picks here for DK to flex a little bit with. I like it. Certainly some really flashy team fighting that could happen with a couple of items. And Volibear, a solid pick. I like it. It's a pretty solid top side of the map as well.
Yeah, it gives them some frontline that they wouldn't have if they decided to go with something like a Camille, which would have almost showed their hand as far as playstyle. 1-3-1 would, of course, be what they'd be looking for there, and maybe the 3 not going to be strong enough to hold back T1. So I don't mind this. Aiming for a little bit more ability to teamfight, also adding extra magic damage to the composition. And we've seen Volibear into Renekton, the Bear versus the Croc so many times, and the matchup's okay for the Volibear as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like we're ready to go.
Yeah, here we are into game 1. DK versus T1. Damwon Kia versus T1.
Telecom 1.
Didn't work. Yeah, Tyler 1.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I was wondering when we were going to unleash Donkey Kong Tyler 1, but...
Yeah, it was bound to happen at some point. I just love that it's DK. Of course, shout out to one of my favorite game series of all time. Good old Donkey Kong. I think my favorite game is still probably Donkey Kong Country
so?
too.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think so.
I was a really big fan of Final Fantasy X. That story still sticks with me.
That was your favorite Donkey Kong game?
Yeah.
You reckon?
No. My favorite game, Atlas.
It's Valdez desperately trying to bring it back to something that he knows. I like it.
It's like, oh yes, one of the 3 games I've played outside of League of Legends and World of Warcraft. Indeed.
Indeed. Let's go back to the video game, shall we? As we've got Canyon setting things up here. Taking the traps first, actually, to get some popcorn chickens as quickly as he possibly can. We're going to have red starts for both of our junglers. And we'll see what Canyon's plan's going to be. Of course, a very intelligent jungler. And I think a lot of people are going to do some study as to what he's going to be making of this new season on 11.1. But just starting on the chickens, and we'll see where he goes from here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a jungle player, or if you're a player of this video game that we call League of Legends, watching Canyon is very educational, because he pretty much does everything right? You know, he's very good at gank timings, jungle pathing, and mechanics. I mean, he's kind of got the full package, so certainly watching him is a fun one. But let's take a look at Gumayusi so far. In his LCK debut match, he did actually pick up first in damage per minute, damage percentage, CS difference at 15, gold difference at 15. So far, Gumayusi has been impressing here for T1, and he's definitely a player that gained a lot of hype. We saw him actually in not the most recent Kespa Cup, but even the one before that. And certainly a guy that people have been really looking forward to break out into the scene. And so far, in his one match, he's been looking good, but now is the real test. Ghost and Beryl are going to be pretty good as well.
Yeah, a bit of a trade here for Showmaker in the mid lane as we're showing off the fact that Faker's played Azir a hell of a lot of times. And he does a lot of winning as well. 78%. This was, of course, one of his premier picks. Dating back to about when Easyhoon left the team. Easyhoon was sort of their resident pigeon man in the mid lane, and then Faker, of course, took up the mantle himself and went even further beyond. And Showmaker trying to just trade his health bar a little bit for this CS. And Khan getting a bit of a shove here towards the top side as well. Looks like we've got a lot of pushing in our solo lanes for Damwon Kia, but T1 with a lot of control of the bottom side of the map. Which could certainly be a foothold into this game.
And, you know, a lot of talk in the LCK nowadays about the top lane. You know, who's the new best top laner? Because, yes, Khan is very good, but people don't see him as the titan that Nuguri was. So they say, well, who is it now? Will Khan step in to take the title? Will it be Kana? Obviously, a new huge talent from the side of T1. Will it be Doran, who self-acclaimed is the, you know, new best top laner, but hasn't been proven yet. We get a lot of action here, though, Max.
Yeah, exactly. Canyon has jived over the wall. Faker in a little bit of trouble, but the watch out Eep going to do a fair bit of damage. Flash out from Canyon. As maybe we shouldn't have been talking him up so much. We've already cast a curse in the previous series. As Damwon Kia losing a flash first here, and a little bit of control given over to T1.
Yeah, you know, a very skirmishy, kind of spicy trade there in the beginning. Elam just moving on in. He's a Lilia, so he loves his popcorn chicken, obviously. And goes in, tries to steal it, gets the smite on the big one, and then Canyon in very aggressive fashion, hopping over the wall, trying to take an aggressive trade, but way too many minions, and has to eventually flash away. As we have a little trade up here in the top side. Also, Beryl 9-2 on Alistair, the pick where he first began to make a name for himself.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, if you cast your minds back to 2019 Worlds, that was when Beryl really launched himself onto the international stage on this pick. And I find there's like so much to talk about that we somehow glossed over the fact that Beryl's playing his very famous Alistair from such a long time ago. I remember I was calling for this in the Kesper Cup. I just wanted to see it, right? And didn't really happen, but finally he's back on a champion that he's just so good at.
Yeah, it's a treat, this game. This series, indeed, will be an awesome treat. Especially if T1, you know, move up to actually the spot where they can challenge Damwon Kia. A lot of people were asking after Damwon's incredible performance in Worlds 2020 if they were going to become the next SK Telecom formerly, and now T1, you know, the most dominant team in Korea that never seems to lose. And, you know, it'll be up to T1 to try to change the narrative, to say, hey, no, wait, you know, we're still the T1 of old. We're still the best team, and that's what makes this matchup even more exciting, because they're trying to wrest back the throne away from the super dominant team that is Damwon Kia now.
Yeah, and also, like, how much was Zephyr actually doing for this squad as well? How much was his influence in drafting and in practice a reason why Damwon Kia was so good? Because Zephyr is a coach as well that has gone through so much evolution, even over the last few years, as there are a lot of people that weren't very happy with what he was doing before he joined Damwon, and I was one of them, right? There were a lot of his drafts that we were really raising eyebrows at, you know, prior to 2020, but after that, things looking better and better, so it's just a lot that we need to learn from a series like this. Having a look at the drafts, you know, we've spoken about it at length, but T1 looking like they do have, you know, just a very standard sort of teamfighty style composition around Faker and Gumayushi doing a lot of the work and trying to play around Kana getting on in there and securing team fights as best they can. So I don't think the draft is necessarily anything, you know, creative or crazy or anything like that. It's still just going to be solid for T1's first game with Faker on the roster.
Yeah, it's very comfortable, too, as LM is sprinting to the top lane.
Yeah, Khan trying to escape here. Bowling ball going to miss. There's Khan just going to ulti out of the way. Thankfully, did manage to get to level 6. Kana, of course, level 7, so a few of these minions, and then Khan will be alongside him, but no ulti, so no aggression here for Damwon on the top side, as Showmaker trading very nicely here with Faker. Goes back to the Unbound Soul in the end.
Yeah, so, you know, pretty standard, straightforward comp from T1, but I feel like it's a very comfortable composition. It's stuff, obviously, for Faker, is most played on the Azir. And here we go.
Yeah, it's a big flash in from Kana as Canyon's trying to dive out of the way, but no, first blood going over to T1.
Oh, they're looking
and a
for
teleport to dive in towards the top lane. Faker does get there first. Showmaker going to show up as well. They're not able to take down the bear, but I like the opportunism here from T1.
Yeah, no, fantastic play from T1 so far. I mean, this is great to see. Very aggressive, proactive, moving into the enemy jungle. They know that Canyon doesn't have his flash after the trade that they took in the mid lane, and they take that opportunity to get in there at the perfect timing, pick up the kill. Now they should be able to get this Rift Herald. Teleport, though, coming in.
Yeah, Unbound Soul going to come through. Elam is able to nail the smite, so that's fine, and it looks like Kana should be able to escape. No flash, but he's managed to slice to create enough distance. Wasn't able to get out of the way of that spear from Canyon, but still, he's got teleport. He should be absolutely fine to get back to this lane with a fully recovered health bar.
He ran all the way down the lane just in case. You know, they could have just followed all the way through. Ooh, nice hook from Keria.
Yeah, Keria showing off a little bit here.
Yeah, Keria definitely a guy that I was a very big fan of last year.
Yes, indeed.
And, you know, I didn't become any less of a fan. I feel like Beryl maybe outshined him just a bit as the year came along, but Keria still incredibly strong and a huge pickup for the side of T1. And T1 using this early lead, trying to go for the dragon.
Yeah, Canyon in a little bit of trouble up here towards the top side, though, as Canna in pretty good position to try and get his health bar down, but Primal Surge going to help him out. Call the Weak going to mop up some of the little rocks, but otherwise everything's going to be fine. And now Showmaker looking for a back timing as T1 do lock down that Ocean Drake. Second one up on the block will be the Mountain, and then we've got either an Infernal or a Cloud Soul this game.
Yeah.
So hoping for a fiery one, I think.
You take a look at this, and it's really, I think it's Ellen's call. He's like, hey, come down here. I see that the Gromp is being taken, and the timing is perfect. Canna gets in there, gets the flash down, knowing that, again, the Nidalee does not have the flash, and that's the power of Renekton in the early game, you know? He can make some fireworks alongside of a jungler that loves gank assist like a Lilia. And so that combo together, they move in, take what's rightfully theirs in their mind, and you know, I think they probably could have stayed and tried to get that kill onto Khan as well with the teleport, but they say, well, let's not take the risk. I mean, we already got the win, we already got the lead. You know, it could go wrong if someone messes up, so let's just play it safe with the lead that we already got with a nice play with the first blood.
Yeah, I liked it. Worked out very, very well. Clean stuff from T1. That macro that we saw in their first series that was so impressive is once again working out very, very well for this team. As Canyon moving on over on his Krugs right now as T1 fighting for vision, making sure that the kitty cat doesn't have free reign to move into this bottom lane unhindered. And so far it's worked out for Damwon Kia, as you can see, using a lot of resources to make sure that they're as blind as possible. As LM says, your chickens belong to us.
They're going to be his again. He's got the smite, and once again, just clears that out. And they're getting this forward vision as well, just as a team trying to kind of lock down some vision, but Damwon Kia have been able to, you know, fight up against that. They've cleared a bunch of those wards that were around their jungle, but still river control going the way of T1. The top lane, pretty even at the end of the day. Just, you know, Bramble Vast, we got Executioner's Calling, a bunch of armor going to be stacked here, as here we go again.
Yeah. Ulti comes in, that's a dead Faker. So easy for Showmaker and Canyon to lock that one down. Not a lot that Faker could do about it. Didn't even have time to flash to get out of that.
Yeah, pretty straightforward kill there onto Faker.
Oh, this hook is... Oh, I got so excited. And an Unbreakable will happen.
Yeah. Power of Alistair. It just happens
Indeed.
sometimes. LM has snuck into this brush. This is interesting.
Ghost does have his shield bow available, but there's going to be a Rift Herald in this lane, so it's just going to be Gumayusi getting as much money as possible. As, yep, it's going to be a few plates going over to the Aphelios. Very, very nice.
Yeah, he gets the one.
Area moves back to the lane.
LM picks up the other, and he's also being very aggressive, trying to get that red buff, should be able to take it. Note that Canyon was up towards the enemy jungle in the Rift Herald pit. The Rift Herald not available right now, so just kind of off doing his own thing, while LM is just, you know, we were talking about this matchup. I mean, LM has had his number the whole way through so far, and huge props so far to him. As a really nice setup here from Showmaker. I think that Faker needs to flash the second after he gets knocked up. Otherwise, he's just dead. But not showing the respect there and gets pummeled down. At least he saves his flash for the next time.
Yeah. Not the end of the world for either side. As you can see, T1 still rolling with a bit of an advantage. About 800 gold now. As Canyon takes his chickens for the second time. Having started on that camp at the very beginning, but at 13.5 minutes, having only taken a chicken camp twice, that's a feels bad. Quite a few camps in the lead is Ellen, about 3.5 right now. As Gumayusi going to take a lantern ride to get himself to safety, and Beryl's just going to head back home. As, yeah, Ghost, I mean, he's totally fine. He's a Samira. He wants to be getting towards teamfight readiness as much as he can. And he's only behind by a little bit of farm, so nothing too much to worry about. But Gumayusi continuing to pile on these stats in the CS difference department and everything like that. He's certainly a force to be reckoned with here for T1 on the bottom side, and is a massive hard carry in the late game in his own right on this Aphelios. As Canyon, he's thinking if it works once, he may as well do it again. No flashes were needed. As Elam, he's moving on forward as well, so in great position to protect his mid lane.
Yeah, Faker with the cheeky bait with the back there. Known for his little mind games, knowing that he has Elam nearby. And if he could bait someone onto him, maybe could turn that one around. You see the plate difference here? A couple more that looks like picked up for the side of T1. You'll note that they got 6, but only seemingly picked up 4 of them in terms of players that were nearby for those plates. So that's why they don't have all of the gold. Our observer team very much on top of that, so I believe them.
Yep. Kisan really, really good at always noting it. Jonah strong as well. Big shout outs. But now the Drake is getting taken down very, very low. Teleports coming through for everyone. Ellen locks down the Dragon. That's their second. Headbutt pole bomb to only 1, but Ellen's taking so much damage. Goes into the stopwatch, and Khan is just eradicated so early. Unfortunately, Faker doesn't find too much with the ultimate, but Gumayushi's there with the quadra kill. Make it a penta in the first team fight of the game.
Oh man, Gumayushi just popping off. He's got people running at him from all different directions, and he just shuts them down one by one. A massive victory in the team fight there, going the way of T1. And man, I can't wait to see that one again. LM popping up in his chair right there, as he is super excited, as he should be. You see that Dom and Kia are like, okay, we gotta fight this, we gotta get in there. Smite win starts to LM. More victories for him in the jungle matchup. Khan gets way too ahead of his team, and then Dom and Kia say we gotta commit anyway, but they're so far behind in this fight that it doesn't matter. It turns into a slaughter fest, a meat grinder here for the Aphelios, who is protected the entire way and is just able to essentially stand there like a turret and take down every single player as they all go crazy.
Yeah, they all lose their minds, and Faker's just chilling in the middle there. Just cool-headed as always, but a sly grin at the end. Yeah, just amazing stuff. Faker only catching Canyon with that ultimate, but it created so much space and so much craziness. The Gumayushi was just able to stand there and deliver. So impressive. As we have a look at all the gold that he managed to pick up, 2,000 ahead of Ghost now. And this game has been completely thrown on its head.
I thought maybe the...
Yeah, slight attempt there.
I thought they had a chance, but I guess once they saw the control ward, they're just not going to take the chance to move up into that lane. T1, very, very careful. You know, you were talking about Faker being just calm, cool, collected after the pentakill. Maybe he was just calming everybody down, you know, and if they didn't have him, perhaps they would have made a silly mistake to just move into the lane and maybe give something back to Damwon Kia, but not the case, as T1 have looked incredibly solid and clean so far in this game. The early lead from the jungle coming from Elim over Canyon, who would have thought? Not what I expected coming into this one, but it is what it is. Props to him. And then a huge team fight, all 5 of those kills going to Gumayushi, who is now 5-0 and has 2 items at 17 minutes.
And it's also Hurricane Kraken Slayer as well, which just pairs so beautifully together. This Aphelios is absolutely public enemy #1 for any Damwon Kia fan. We'll see whether Damwon are going to be able to change up their approach to these teamfights. I feel like the beginning of that teamfight, to go back to it, I mean, it was such a huge moment in this game, but it felt to me like Beryl was looking for a headbutt pole flash into the 4 people, but unfortunately couldn't get the input off and only landed it on 1. Might have been a big reason as to why things didn't necessarily work out, but hindsight's 20/20, and we can't know exactly what they're thinking, but that's what it sort of looked like to me.
Yeah, you know, he only got the 1 guy, and it looked like Damwon and Kia were like, okay, we got the 1 guy, let's try to focus him down. And then Khan moved forward, and it was an excellent hook. Death sentence from Keria that just put that Volibear in the death chamber from 100 to 0 and brought his value from, you know, potential 100 to 0 and just let that Volibear do absolutely nothing in the team fight. So props to Keria. We were talking to him, or about him earlier, and he pulls off a nice little play to start off that fight. And after that, it was pretty simple for T1, you know, just protect the president, essentially. Everybody
yeah, exactly.
forms a circle around Gumayushi, and all of Damwon Kia just pile in 4v5, and they're just like, okay, easy victory for us.
Well, it's not over just yet. 19 and a half minutes into this game. As, was that Charlie? Yeah.
She hopped up on my desk. I put her back down. She wasn't happy about it. She wanted to be part of the cast, too. What about me?
Carrier's going to get speared. Just going to give a little bit of extra information. 15 seconds until this Cloud Drake does come up. Unfortunate that we do have a Cloud Soul this game. But I think that's probably enough fire with how things have gone so far. Khan just getting the minion wave to the turret and will now move his way down. Teleport almost available for the Volley Bear. As it looks like Damwon Kia, they want to try it again. This could be madness. As it didn't go so well last time, but Showmaker off on the flank. Beryl looking to try and get into position. As there's the Emperor's Divide very early in the fight this time around from Faker. Using it defensively. Half the health bar now on the Dragon as Ellen going down relatively low. Showmaker, they're trying to turn on him. Flash forward from Canna and he gets taken down so low. Ulti to try and get out, but he's not going to be able to as Damwon just sneak away the Dragon. But it's not exactly the biggest prize and they have to try and get out. They're trying to get pincered out though here from T1 as Canna, Slice, Dice, trying to get on in there. Stuns up the Volley Bear who ults himself to relative safety. Ghost trying to get some damage down, but not going to get slept this time around. And T1, yeah, right over to the Baron. With Showmaker dead for another 15 seconds, they may just be able to take this as Beryl, he's well and truly away from the paddock now. But he will be able to get at least to the remnants of a turret as now Canna will be found by Khan. The rest of T1 in position to teamfight again.
Yeah, you could see they were thinking about the Baron. They had Crescendum Aphelios, who is 6-0, and they have an Azir. So there is actually a chance for them to just burn down that Baron with their insane Baron damage, not to mention Lilia, and even Renekton is not half bad. So they had the Baron damage, but, you know, TP is used by Khan as Damwon Kia are desperately trying to get anything in this game as T1 are just dominating them so far. The Gale Force, I think, is used there to try to get away, but it does not matter. Canna leading the charge as they take down one. Yes, the Cloud Drake is taken, but who cares? They get the teleport in.
Yeah.
Canna moves in, collects another kill for the team with the stun on the front man, and from there, just snowballing their lead incredibly well. Gumayusi has 10,700 gold at this point in the game. 22 minutes in.
He's ahead by an entire Runon's Hurricane and a little bit more. That is, that's a lot of money. He's done a lot of damage as well. That's sort of what we experienced in that first team fight. Canna as well, getting a lot of work done. I've actually really appreciated the way he's started off a lot of these fights, especially in the more recent skirmishes, as these spears feel magnetic still from Canyon, but he hasn't had the game I think a lot of people were expecting so far. Is Damwon Kia still on the front foot, still looking for more, getting vision down and now setting up for this outer turret in the mid lane.
I think this is a good time to mention... yeah. Okay.
Calm down, Solly's fine.
Thanks, Showmaker, getting out of there. I think it's a good time to mention, Damwon Kia's composition. They loved to skirmish, and they loved fighting at like 1 to maybe 2 items. But now, T1 have Azir Aphelios, right? They love scaling up in this one and waiting until the late game. Already, Gumayusi is incredibly accelerated. So there are a couple of huge carries already on the side of T1 very early on in this game, and I think we're just kind of sailing past the point where Damwon Kia were going to be strong in this game. And I think that's why Damwon Kia are still trying to push the issue. They're still looking for plays because they know that, if it goes a little bit too late, they're not going to be feeling too great about it unless Ghost gets some incredible, crazy...
He's going to have to get a return pentakill,
yeah,
I
something
think.
like otherwise, they're just grasping at straws. So they're really trying to press the issue now as Beryl just has to give away his flash for free.
Yep, hightailing it away from Elam here, who does put together his Moonstone Renewer, grabs the very early Zhonya's, but we've seen that was so valuable in every little tussle that they've had. Elam's performance so far, just fantastic. As Ghost just trying to catch up so desperately. Collector has been put together alongside the shield bow, but that's one Infinity Edge behind, which is just not what you want to see. T1 now grouping around this Baron, and things are very dark for Damwon Kia.
We'll see what they can do here. As we mentioned, the Baron damage is still there. Their turn off of the Baron, also really awesome. Thresh Renekton coming for you.
Yeah, well, there's the taxi out from Beryl, actually buffering the stun quite nicely also in the headbutt animation, so doesn't have to use the Unbreakable Will, and that is very, very important. As now Khan looking for Canna off to the side, but he's the one that can face check on T1, absolutely. Now back towards the Baron pit, and Damwon Kia looking for some resets. Looks like T1 of a similar mindset.
Yeah, just kind of hanging around here. They would love to bait Damwon Kia into a fight where they could just get a turn and pick a couple people off and take down that objective. But so far, Damwon have been pretty good about trying to clear out the vision, not overextending or getting out of position. It's either Beryl, who has his Unbreakable Will to try to push forward. Even though he doesn't have Flash, he could potentially survive. Or it's something like a Nidalee who's throwing spears, laying down traps, able to hop through the brushes and gain that extra movement speed to try to scout around the area. So T1 haven't really had an opportunity to go for that big objective just yet, even though it would be pretty nice. The Cloud Soul still, you know, on the minds. I don't think it's really a game changer, but, you know, it would be nice to get to that and maybe open up the Elder Drake objective for this late game team fighting comp that T1 does have. Still going to be pretty happy about opening up that Elder.
Yep, and having, you know, more ultimates and more movement speed is very valuable for this this team composition anyway, so I think it's all right. It's not exactly the favorite dragon, but it's not terrible by any means. Having a look down the line, it's an extra BF sword for Ghost, but otherwise the item build has not really changed. Bloodthirst to complete for Showmaker. You got a Shurelya's that is newly buffed on this patch for Beryl, but maybe that's going to be used to run away rather than what Beryl is really known for on his Alistar.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for a chance to for Damwon Kia to come back into this game, it's probably going to either be a huge flashy play from Showmaker or Beryl, right? Ghost isn't going to be going in there alone. You know, spears aren't going to be the game changer. Nidalee not going to be able to burst anyone down at this point. Khan with the Volibear, obviously he can engage pretty well, but he's not going to be able to, you know, make a huge game-breaking play at this point in time. So we're looking at either Showmaker to really line up a couple people and maybe get everybody on the side of Damwon Kia to jump in there all together, or maybe just Beryl to do what he's very well known for, as they're chipping away at the Baron once again.
Yep, Faker from over the wall, much as Azir likes to do. Han was rotating in. I don't believe he's been seen just yet, as Ghost has to flash very early on. Hook goes wide, looking for Canyon. Khan still lying in wait. Minion wave unattended to there towards the bottom side. So T1 losing a little bit of gold based on lane positioning, but not too much to worry about. Gold is something that they have plenty of at this point. As Elm spots the bear. That's the information that T1 required. And they're just going to take down the Rift Scuttler. And things are still very dark in the river.
Yeah, you know, Elam has been such a huge factor in this win so far. And it's been really nice to see, even going over there and scouting the Volibear out. Now we might have some action as the box is down. They're trying to burst down the Baron.
Yeah, it's going down extraordinarily quickly. Showmaker just clearing out of control. What it looks like Damwon don't even want to fight for this one, as Canyon couldn't get himself into smite position. Khan gets played back, and there's the pickup. The Samira unable to do anything as Showmaker decides that he needs to try and start a fight, and Gumayushi flashes away from Beryl. He'll just solo out the cow, and now they're looking for more. Carrier, flash, flay. Faker looking for some damage, but not quite able to get their Carrier. He can get over, and he's got a lantern for Faker to follow. The kitty cat can't escape the pigeon. Some revenge for the birds as Faker is able to take him down. And now Damwon look completely lost.
Yeah, they look absolutely stomped in this game so far. If I'm being completely honest, T1 have put on such an immaculate show of League of Legends here in this game number 1. Everything has been perfect to a T. And now they're looking for more. They want to take down these 2 inhibitors and go on from there. 29 minutes into the game, they've already hit their power spikes, and they are just dominating Damwon Kia here tonight.
It's been so long since Damwon has lost anything, right? They were so dominant. They lost, what, 1 game in a best of 5 in the Kesper Cup? This must be a very sobering experience for all of the players, as Damwon Kia now having to deal with a shambles of a base. It's turning into rubble before their eyes. But let's have a look at this fight once again.
Yeah, it's pretty much just Damwon Kia scrambling. They're like, can we really contest the Baron? Ooh, I'm not sure. You see Beryl just gets flashed away from easily. He's just burned through Unbreakable Will. Doesn't do anything to that 6-0 Gumayusi as Faker finds the Lantern, gets over and gets the kill. But really...
Harry is so good.
Yeah, he's incredible. he's an awesome player. And he always has been. And now 7-0 is Gumayusi. And it's been a team effort. You know, I feel like when we get to the Pog vote, maybe I'll throw mine over to Kana or Ellen, and probably Gumayusi is going to get it. But I feel like there have been many moving parts and many players popping off in a big way here on the side of T1 so far.
Well, speaking of Kana, he's going to have a lot of friends here soon. Sorry, Khan, as of course Kana has the friends delivered to help him out, and this is a very, very scared Volibear. Yeah. It's anarchy over here.
Season.
Indeed. And now the bottom lane is going to be the last port of call. Of course, T1, they do like their textbook plays, as Darmon are looking to try and trade, but it's never going to be a good one.
Guys, your base?
Yeah, not a lot of minions in this base right now, but T1 do have a conga line moving forward. And the Baron buff is still there for another 10 seconds. Is this game just going to last another 10 seconds as Damwon Kia do make it back? They've pushed out these waves pretty successfully, but you can see T1 just trying to brute force it. Ghost is going to eat that Moonlight Vigil. That may help them. As now Elam off to the side. Now the Flash Headbutt Pulverize does come in. Showmaker not able to quite create enough distance with the ultimate, though, as Ghost hasn't got into the fight yet. And unfortunately, T1's wallets are way too heavy. The second Nexus turret will go down, and the Nexus will indeed follow. Damwon Kia put back in their place after being right on top of the mountain for so long. And now they're going to have to reclimb it once more.
Unbelievable first game here. Damwon Kia coming in as the favorites. They get smacked down by T1. Faker comes back into the lineup and he rallies the troops. You know, we've got a relatively young roster here on the side of T1, and everybody was like, oh, you know, like, why are they playing some of their subs, their non-main roster? Maybe this is the main roster now. Maybe these are the main guys now. I mean, T1 is known for developing such amazing talent, and they've had a lot of time, even since the Kespa Cup, you know. And they have developed into an incredibly strong team, obviously. It's only game one, but to take that dominant of a victory is very telling for T1, and it's very exciting as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is this series already starting off so incredibly. I think that's one of the earliest pentakills I have ever seen in the LCK. Very impressive. And we got a lot of pentakills at the beginning of last year as well. If I remember back, that was the start of the 200 years. And then Aphelios is back at it again. Just getting all of the kills that he would like. So what a first game for T1, and what a debut for Faker as well. I mean, he did get bullied a little bit in the early game, but, you know, Nidalee Yone is quite difficult to get away from, and then the team fighting was just so beautiful. It was like a symphony out of T1, and a lot of that is what we were missing towards the end of last year, you know, that beautiful cohesion that T1 has had in the past, and I feel like maybe some sort of formula has been found for this squad, and I'm just so happy, you know. We need Damwon to be absolutely challenged, and it looked like they weren't going to be able to at the end of last year. But T1 comes in and says, no, guys, we are the kings of Korea. And look, I don't think there's any other team that can boast something like that outside of recency bias.
Yeah, I mean, that point of T1 trying to take back the throne, well, they certainly did it very aggressively there in game number one. And we've talked a lot about what T1 did right in that series, but Damwon Kia is falling extremely flat in that one. Canyon was pretty much non-existent. He was mirrored the entire time by Canyon and certainly out-jungled, and the lanes got no help either. T1 essentially was able to snowball that into a victory in the lanes as well.
Yeah, and having a look at these damage numbers, of course, Captain Early Pentakill did do the most damage. Faker as well, being able to do a lot. But you can see Canyon, he was trying. A lot of those spears were trying to get in there. But unfortunately, this team, if it doesn't get off the ground, it really doesn't feel like it goes anywhere. As you really want to be diving upon your enemies instead of just desperately trying to get away. And that's what Damwon Kia found themselves having to do after a very, very early catastrophe one could say, with that beginning team fight. So this has all of a sudden become very interesting, Valdez, because now Damwon needs to win on red side in order to stop the 2-0.
It's not going to be easy when you get smacked down like that. I think they got to start with the draft, and they need to change up their game entirely going into game number 2, because T1 are a much bigger opponent than I think even DK were expecting.
That's exactly right. So we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, that beautiful game number 2.
레네 컨테.
이거
레네 갚아.
할만한 것 같은데? 보자. 야, 요새
쉴게.
야, 그래, 이거 앞에 지켜줘야 돼.
지금 시킨다 지금. 하나 둘 셋.
들어가지 말고.
들어가지 마. 타워.
공수하지 마. 나 앞에 봐줄게, 이거.
우리 걸리셔야 돼.
앞에 기절.
요네 나이스. 이달리 높을. 이달리.
놓고 이거 잡아.
나이스.
잡아.
오케이 잡아. 땡겼어. 나이스.
잘했다, 이거.
Corky, I've got this. But Timo's AWOL. You need a recon. I'll help you find him.
I know where he is. The Bilgewater pages are missing from his scout journal. Besides, weren't there enemy bogies spotted over Piltover?
Bogies? Why didn't you say so?
I'll help you save Timo. Lieutenant Lulu, this, rock is the most important part of the mission. You've got this. Bye.
They always have to guard the rock. He can do a lot of things.
Let's Oh, you tell me stories, you tuck me in, and the second you leave, I call you right back to check for monsters in my streets. Yeah, high school was hard. You'd fight with my mom. I'd fall asleep to the screaming, sound machine always speaking, left emotional scars. Now I'm 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. I'm just a kid. Oh, I'm doing things I shouldn't know from. Yeah, doing things I shouldn't do. At 21. Yeah, I play you my favorite songs on a car ride while you list me all the people that left you in your life. Oh, oh, and you'd smoke on your chair while I was trying to sleep. I'd smell the smoke in the air, but that was normal for me. I didn't know, I didn't know. But now I'm 21, a soul of 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21, feels like I'm 50 years. And now that you are gone, I'm doing things that I shouldn't know from. I'm doing things that I shouldn't do. At 21. Oh, at 21. Yeah, I'm 21. Oh, I'm just a kid. Oh, I'm doing things I shouldn't know from. Doing things I shouldn't do. At 21.
Pressure over to Canyon, actually the world's MVP.
게임 자체를 판도를 릴리아가 너무 잘 깔아놨어요.
And Lilia just set it up everything in the perfect angle all throughout the game.
확실히 이제 아무래도 이제
We can say for sure that Canyon is the best jungler in the world, so it's really impressive to see Ellen performing at this level up against him.
컨트롤을 해준 것 같아요. 물론 뭐 감독 코치
And also he did a great job controlling that kind of pressure coming out from the main pack of a player.
있어야만 만들어낼 수 있었던 플레이.
And that's what makes a player
선수가 펜타킬을
great.
했지만 그래도 조금 엘린
Kuma Yushi did get a pentakill in this game, but Ellen was the core that kind of enabled that kind of team fight angle.
펜타킬로 씻어낸 것 같습니다.
4 out of 9. We had a very split vote over here, which is the proof that every team player had a fantastic one. This is a good sign for T1 that everyone is on their best form, and this is what Danny kept mentioning, a flexible roster. So let's move on to the biggest game of the match, game number 2.
Thank you very much, Jason, for the wonderful translation, as per usual. And Valdanalist, what are we to expect for a game number 2 in a series like
well,
this?
I am glad I was the tipping point there for LM to win. He did so much in that game, especially in the early game. And as you mentioned during the break, anybody who can defeat Canyon in the jungle deserves MVP. We
100%.
hyped up a lot of the members on the side of Damwon Kia, and I don't think we saw much of it. And again, another thing we talked about was the draft. You know, is it any coincidence that Damwon changed up their coaching staff and it goes over to T1 and then T1 wins in the draft? I don't know, because a lot of the strength for Damwon Kia last year was their drafting as well, not just the fact that they had great players, but the fact that they always won drafts. So will we see that once again? I think that's a big talking point moving into, well, the draft for Game 2.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, the Damwon Kia draft could work if you're just a cut above your opposition. But the fact that T1 played so masterfully around what Damwon Kia wanted to do was just so beautiful to watch. A pentakill at, you know, 10 minutes is also pretty handy, but I don't think that that was the turning point. Like you say, I mean, Ellen got that MVP for a reason. And that's because he controlled Canyon when Canyon controls everyone, usually. So the man on your screen right there, he needs to make some adjustments as we move into this second game. So Pantheon and Syndra both going to be banned away by T1 as Twisted Fate and Aphelios taken away by Damwon Kia. Interesting to see the Aphelios ban, and it shows that Gumayusi does need to see a lot of respect in this draft. This bottom lane is so good, and maybe some of these scrim rumors are actually correct, with T1 looking like one of the most dominant teams in the world right now when it comes to scrims.
Yeah, Gen.G and T1 have been noted many times as some of the top most winning teams in scrims. And I mean, those two bans are very interesting, right? The Aphelios, to take it away from Gumayusi, I mean, the guy is good not only on Aphelios. It wasn't the fact that he was playing Aphelios that they lost either. So to see it first banned on red side is interesting. They do ban the TF as well, so it's kind of like they're leaving other options available by not just going ahead and banning the tippy top tier, if you will. They do go ahead and ban away Talia because that's kind of necessary, I would say. Very first pickable. You don't want to give that over to the side of T1. So Olaf is going to be the choice here. What will we see from
Olaf has been so dominant as well. This is actually really worrying because seeing that Zoe hover makes me feel like Zoe Graves is going to come in, and the amount of times we've seen Graves picked into Olaf is just way too high. Thankfully, the Kai'Sa is going to be the option here for Ghost instead. So stepping away from the Samira that straight up didn't work in Game 1, and definitely going down a bit more of a tier list, despite the fact that Zoe hasn't got the greatest win rate in the LCK at the moment.
Yeah, still a lot of these mid laners favoring that pick. Showmaker, obviously an insane Zoe player, so curious to see what Faker will play up against. So he could just, you know, grab the Azir again. He looked pretty good on that pick, even gains 2 Pog votes from playing it, even though he got killed in the mid lane, but he did other stuff during the team fights that were obviously very noticeable, and certainly could be the pick here. Let's see what they do go for. Looks like they want to skip over support and prioritize mid with all the nodding from the side of Faker, and it will in fact be his Azir once again.
Yep, the Azir going to be locked away here for Faker, as there's the Graves that I was talking about. Valdez,
there it is. I mean, it's Canyon's
feels like
Graves.
2020 with the vibe on the draft right now.
Canyon's Graves, pretty good.
I mean, he's a fantastic Graves player.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. It's just picking Graves into Olaf on this patch at the moment has just been 100% a trap. But we'll see whether this is going to be different because it's Canyon, right? And that could be a tipping point. Rel going to be banned away. Rel Samira, actually, you know, you can tell exactly why that is a terrifying combination, just keeping everyone in Samira's ultimate. So wanting to get rid of that option.
Gragas as well. Obviously something that Khan can play very, very nicely up in the top side. So they want to get rid of that. It's also a great pick for Beryl. So I think that is a pretty nice catch-all ban from what you're looking at from top and support. And we'll see what else they decide to ban alongside of that. To go with this, the Camille will be taken off the board. So they don't want to give Kana any Camille time tonight.
Yep, Camille gone. I'm wondering what Khan's going to play because Renekton is still available, and I'm terrified, Valdez. I'm terrified that we're going to also have the Renekton Graves problem in this game, but hasn't happened yet, so we can stop being nervous and anxious. last band to come through from T1. They're waiting until the very last second as On is taken away from Khan. Would have been a great pickup here to give them some longevity in this draft. Is now Ghost. He'll work out what is going to be picked for either Beryl or for Khan on the top side. I'd imagine that Beryl would just lock in his pick, and Alistair Kaiser has been very, very popular as that purple duo that we see all the time, and he's going to have another crack at it. I want to see some of the big moves out of Beryl in this game on the Alistair, because it didn't quite work in game one.
Yeah, I was worried they were going to prioritize something like a Renekton or a Gnar or something, but I think in this situation you want to just save the counter pick for Khan. He's a guy that can carry the top side. I think he needs to put pressure on Kana and not just allow him to roam around the map and do whatever he wants and pressure Canyon, as was part of the reason that Canyon did fall behind early on in the top side of the jungle. So what is going to be the choice here for Kana as a safe pick in the top side? Will they just go for that Gnar that we have been seeing? Obviously, it's a pretty nice team fight option to go along with their team fight oriented combo or composition, and there it is. The Gnar is going to be the choice. No surprise there.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Oh, Gangplank is much better than Renekton. This was an old favorite into the Gnar, actually, and of course Khan was in his heyday when it was all about what can you do to stop Gnar from running over your team. Of course, Gnar hasn't been doing a lot of running over anything currently. But Khan was one of our tippy-top Gangplank players, but that was years ago, right? There's a lot of people that are saying that, Khan has seen the best years of his life when it comes to playing League of Legends, and he's going to have to prove everyone wrong. This composition from Damwon Kia, much more standard though. Not going to run into a lot of the same pitfalls that they had, but T1's very similar vibe at the same time. This is a steadily scale. They've got, a jungler that can farm extremely quickly, capitalize on pressure in lanes, and they have Gumayushi and Carrier on Summoner's Rift, and that just seems to be a gigantic buff that they win in the draft every single time.
Yeah, those two guys down in the bottom side obviously going to be able to put on some nice pressure once we do get to the team fights. I mean, you look at all of the utility, the tankiness, the ability to engage from the side of Gnar Azir to allow the Samira to just hop in after and just shred everything to pieces. Certainly, you get a couple items under your belt and you'll be sitting pretty. This time around, Damwon do have some scaling in the lineup. Obviously, Kaisa and Gangplank that can do that pretty nicely, as can the Graves. And so, not half bad. I feel like this might be a little bit slower to start the early game. Maybe a bit of farming from the two junglers. And maybe we'll just get a really, tense matchup here between these two teams. That's kind of what I'm feeling from the drafts so far.
Yeah. I think that it could get explosive if things do go wrong, though. So we'll just have to see. Eyes will be largely on Khan because Gangplank Gnar on paper is often okay for the Gangplank, but doesn't always work out that way. And Gnar can certainly get him down low in the earlier stages. And with the help of an Olaf, it really might become a really rough time for this GP. So, Eyes will be up there, but also the rest of the map. How much space will Canyon have? And how much can he finesse this jungle matchup as well? Because we've seen Graves catastrophically fail at dealing with Olaf so far in the LCK.
Yeah. I do have a bit more faith because it is Canyon. And I think that this time around, I think Damwon Kia were kind of shocked. Where is Khan going?
He's going to the wolf camp and going back.
He's going on an expedition here. I'm just pretty glad he wasn't found out, I guess.
Yep, well, they'd never know. That's some deep vision, though, now available.
And it's...
as you can see, Kana in position, spamming some emotes. I like it.
It's really smart, too, because the fact that he went totally unseen means that he was able to get that ward, and T1 are not really going to know about it, because they're not going to see him running out of the jungle and potentially expect a ward in their own jungle. So, a cute little play. You do have a pause.
Valdez, is this the same as what you were experiencing the other night? Last night, in fact? Because we could be in for a long one if that's the case.
Well,
maybe it's just that time again.
just that time of year, perhaps.
Faker's the lights turned off
Whoa.
at Faker's section of the desk, unfortunately. So I don't know what happened there, but something went wrong. Yeah, so we're just gonna make sure that we find Faker again. Turn the lights back on. Maybe it was Casper. Maybe he's moved.
Yeah.
You know, he was at Fred Brion's house, and now he's haunting. You know, turning off cameras and doing weird stuff like that. I did actually just check in the monitor to see whether he's there.
Good.
I know a lot of you weren't here for our previous series, so this is probably not making a lot of sense to you. But you know, there was another pause, and we were having a bit of fun.
Yeah, there was a ghost.
There was.
Not this ghost. This player Ghost. We didn't really get to see too much from Ghost in game 1. Played the Samira and kind of just never had an opportunity to pop off in any way. The early team fight where his counterpart Gumuse, he picked up the pentakill, was so early on in the game. I mean, it was like, what, 12-15 minutes in, and so he just got so far ahead. There was never a chance for Ghost to skirmish with anyone, and they never really had another team fight where Samira got any room. So we didn't get to see him pop off. No popping off from Canyon. It was just across-the-board domination from T1.
Yeah, and they didn't actually have very many options in their draft in order to get back into a game either. So certainly some flaws there. But this is the next game. The draft is looking a bit better. Certainly a lot more cookie cutter. You know, we've seen drafts like this many, many times throughout the history of League of Legends. Feels like you can never really kill the global power and skirmishing of a Gangplank comp that has a lot of, you know, pick and poke that Damwon has managed to select for themselves. And then the all-in follow-up is actually very, very nice with Kai'Sa now available. Also able to offer the Void Seeker. If you go for a Nash's build, then that Void Seeker does so much damage to go along with a lot of the poke that Zoe's going to be putting out with her Portal Jump and Paddle Star combos. And I think that there is certainly a lot more flexibility in Damwon's draft this time around. So it'd be pretty crazy if we saw, you know, our next two teams getting wins on red side in the one series back to back, giving us that game 3 that I know everyone wants.
For sure. I was just looking at Ghost. He all of a sudden looked back at a screen. He was freaking out. He's like, wait, the game started? Like, guys,
where am I?
Didn't know.
Well, he's shooting a blue buff, so I think he's going to be okay. You can see Khan on his secret mission is able to, you know, get in there and get vision of Ellen, who's going for that Ghost Olaf that we've seen rise to popularity over the last couple of days here in the LCK. As Faker struggling with Showmaker Zoe here in the early stages. Of course, Showmaker, one of our best Zoe players. Always a bit of a debate as to who the best Zoe player is in the LCK, because everyone plays him.
Yeah, there's too many of them. Too many of our best mid laners play him to an incredible degree. I mean, Chovy's insane, BDD's insane, even Faker can be insane on the pick.
Even Fly pops off on it, man. It's really hard.
Yeah. Pretty insane. Khan has a really nice win rate here on the Gangplank, 76.9.
Yep, glad the memory paid off on that one. Of course, he dominated the LCK largely with picks like the Gangplank. And you saw just how well the trading works if Kana ever gets into melee range, and Khan can stack up that his Keystone very comfortably with his parlays that he's thrown out as well.
That's exactly what happened.
Damn.
This is not looking pretty
This
for
is a
Kana.
roughie.
Yeah. Again,
sometimes as a play-by-play, I feel worried about calling, you know, good matchups because sometimes I get it wrong. This time, feeling like I'm doing okay.
You're fine. We're gonna have to have the Atlanta list
The
here.
Quinn pick, that was an awkward one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Quinn is that's like another cursed champion in the LCK, and so far Gnar has been a bit cursed here in the early stages of 2021. 1-6, 1-7, something like that. Only has the one victory, and it was a game that I think it was Rich won, and basically he lost in lane and didn't get anything. Better top wins, of course.
Yeah.
But that's just the story of Gnar, you know, like nobody has really been having too much success. The only player that I saw play Gnar and I was like, man, this is actually a pretty good pick. I want to see this more, was Kingin, actually. I saw him play that. He had two pretty insane engages
Whoa.
that were nice.
That's a big flash in as Carrier gonna get headbutted, then pulverized, and Beryl actually played that exchange out very, very well. So Flash gonna be invested, but they do get ghosts in response.
Yeah, funny that he felt like he needed to flash there just to make sure that he didn't get burst down or anything. So much warding in the enemy jungle as now the rotation coming in from Beryl and Ghost. But Ellen just going to play it safe and walk away. Note that he has Smite Ghost here, so that's going to be the choice for him this time around.
Yep, Khan continuing to do some gangplank things up here towards Canna, who's just continuing to have a rough time as he hops out of the way of the barrel. But it's not going to stop Khan moving towards double the CS value that this Nara's put together. Big minion wave starting to stack up, so of course Canna is going to lower that gap by a little bit, but it's not looking like it's getting better anytime soon, Valdez.
Yeah. Khan is spacing this very nicely. You notice how he's moving back and forth in between the enemy minions and the enemy champion, just trying to bait Kana into range to get parlayed, and that's exactly what he's doing. The early damage from the GP obviously going to be really annoying to deal with, but Kana eventually, once he gets a couple of items, or even before then, will be able to handle this lane much better. So annoying for now. And that's one of the things about the Nara, you know, it's seen as like kind of a safe pick in the lane, but often, so far at least in the LCK, it's just kind of fallen behind everything that it goes up against. So kind of leads to us once again questioning the priority from a lot of the teams.
Yep, it's another one of those times where you have to have the conversation about, you know, are scrim statistics really all you need to be looking at? And also, we learn a lot about why these things are getting picked because it's happening so much in practice and it's doing something that it doesn't necessarily do on the LCK stage. And we all know what Nar can be capable of, but unfortunately hasn't worked out so far in the LCK, so it's raising some eyebrows. Canna will be able to find his way into this lane right now as Khan getting lower and lower on the mana pool and doesn't have any corrupting potion charges yet, but we'll see what he purchases when he heads back to base.
Yeah, there was a lot of focus on the jungle matchup in our first game, but as I was kind of alluding to, I don't think this early game is going to be too explosive. I think it's going to be a lot of slow and steady objective taking. Now, Elam had to clear out 2 control wards, so he's seen the entire way through. Great vision coverage was there from Damwon Kia. Now cleaned out, but it does mean that he can't just, of course, walk up to the Drake unseen. That first... Okay, what's going on here, Khan? I did not want to see that. But unfortunately, we were subjected to it. But yeah, that first Infernal Drake going to be on the minds of both of these junglers.
Indeed. Yeah, in fact, yeah, Graves and Olaf just love trying to take it as early as possible. Let's see who's going to be successful here. So far, Canyon has navigated his jungle a little bit faster than what Ellen has. But Ellen will be able to grab this Rift Scuttler and be absolutely fine. Minion Wave crashing towards the top side as Khan is going to hold onto his teleport, much like what Canna did. So, all's a bit quiet. Canyon looking at this one, and you can see passively, Damwon Kia are just moving further and further ahead. Both Showmaker and Khan doing very well in this laning phase, and sort of reminding me of, you know, the Damwon of old, you know? Solo lanes are the way you win the game, as Canyon's going to be able to take down this Drake quite easily.
Yeah, it feels good when everybody's just kind of slowly creeping ahead, for sure. You also get that Infernal Drake that comes in for the side of Canyon and an Ocean Drake up next, so we're either going to get Mountain or Cloud Soul in this game. I think the Mountain Soul would be pretty gigantic for the side of T1. You think about Wombo combo team fighting with, you know, kind of tanks, a very stable, traditional comp, if you will. And
yeah.
I think the Mountain Drake will scale really nicely with the amount of resist that they will be building on multiple members. And here we're going to have our first skirmish, it looks like, as T1 are trying to take this Rift Herald.
Yep, Showmaker, of course, has a redemption as Khan. He's going to move on over. He does have the Cannon Barrage, remember, as the redemption does go off, giving them all the information. There's Carrier going through. The Gnarl into the wall is only going to land onto Canyon as... Oh, collateral damage is massive. Ghost dives into the backline. The Nar is going to die first, but it's a double kill for Khan. This is a disaster, but the other side as Damwon Kia get a 3-for-1.
That was pretty massive. Beryl ending up getting the engage we were looking for in game number 1. He shows us why his Alistair cannot be underestimated. And T1 don't even get the objective here, so a massive swing gonna go in favor of Damwon Kia. A fantastic engage. It was kind of funny to watch Ghost get into the backline, and then he's like, wait, I'm here over the wall by myself, alone. You know, if the fight did not go on their terms, he would have just been killed immediately, but thankfully, he had some support eventually from his team as a taunt here.
Yeah, Beryl looking for a headbutt pulverize. Does get it onto Faker as well here as Ellen's going to turn up, so Beryl has to get out of there. Ulti just back available, so he is of course going to be absolutely fine. But Faker regains control of this lane as we go back to a little bit of calmness. And looking for a bit of a reset here between Beryl and Showmaker. So some free time on this turret for Faker. That was so satisfying. Watching that Reaping Slash out from Gumayushi.
Samira.
Stunning stuff.
Can be pretty satisfying when when the time is right.
That wasn't Reaping Slash, I think, is a Yone ability, by the way, but you know. She's got like a billion different versions of all of her buttons. It gets a little bit
Slash Arena, you can call it, maybe.
Yeah, the Slash Arena.
I think that's the official term. Ghost's gonna get here.
Yeah, I
on
think
time.
so. I think it's probably more interesting than the official term, to be honest.
Let's not name any abilities. I don't think Riot's gonna be calling us up asking for some help on naming these abilities. We're gonna take a look at this replay again. So the Shirley, okay, was very low, but because Keria moves forward and kind of forces this engage, it's kind of half in, half out. It's not really fully engaged upon there from T1, and then they just get flashed on by the Alistair, and there wasn't much escape. Ghost, very sad up against the wall there. His flash was about 20 seconds away from getting off a cooldown from what I remember. And yeah, it was just kind of like, oh, we need to kind of engage here because Keria went in with the first taunt and he went very far forward, and it kind of pulled T1 out of position, and then they were kind of scrambling to get away, and that's exactly when Damwon Kia pounced. So that's that kind of ferocity you're going to see from Damwon Kia. You give them even an inch, and they are just going to jump on top of you right away.
Well, Turret Plate going to even out things in the mid lane as Showmaker collects that one. Canyon going to give Elam a bit of his own medicine here as he steals away the chickens. And you've got an Essence Reaver already completed here for Khan as well, so probably going for his Divine Thunderer as his next item. And this guy is real strong, close to 1,500 gold in the lead over Canna. Only has a weird blue knife to his name outside of his shoes.
Yeah, kind of looks like an upside down shovel or something like that. That's what I thought first time I saw it.
A trowel, if you will.
Yeah, you know? It's just a bit weird.
Are you gonna... I'd probably take the scythe, over the trowel.
Yeah, looks cooler, that's for sure.
It does depend on whether or not you're doing plastering. If you're doing plastering, then maybe the trowel's going to be much better than the scythe. But
yeah,
if you want to shoot barrels so that they destroy people, looks like the scythe doing a lot of work there as Khan just sending a bit of a message over to Canna. Lopsided though, Valdez, as we've got bottom side of the map absolutely getting out of control for T1. It's Gumayushi with his mythic item already completed. That shield bow is done, and we're a long way away from that Gale Force for Ghost.
Yeah. I'm glad you pointed it out, because at the end of the day, yes, I mean, Damwon Kia did take a big fight, but there still are two big scaling carries that are in a good spot. Faker's farming really, really well in this game, and so is Gumayushi, so much more ahead of his opponent right now. So there's still a chance with these two fed carries, essentially. It's still early on, but there's a chance for them to...
Oh, damn, that was so close to the Paddle Star getting the work done, but the Drake is taken by T1. There's the knock-up with the Justice Punch from Keria, but he has to get out of there. Beryl, Unbreakable Will over the wall, is going to survive as heroic entrance. Not going to be able to do anything, but does stave off Damwon for now. Bubbles going through, and Keria actually going to get hit, but Justice Punch creates enough distance so they're not able to take him down. So everyone's going to survive, but T1 do manage to secure the dragon.
Yeah, and, just the one Ocean Drake, it's not going to be a huge difference, but kind of nice, if they can get in, disengage, maybe poke a little bit and get out, or try to sustain against some of the poke that, of course, Gangplank Zoe and Kaisa can do. It's not half bad. And we saw in that fight, even though Ghost had a pretty nice position to try to shell out damage, he just doesn't do damage yet. He's sitting there, he's desperately shooting them over and over. He's got Beryl with his ult up right in front of him. Doesn't matter. He's just not really in that
Maybe
position.
he's using a trowel as well.
Yeah, well, he's got, you know, the sprinkler there, the golden sprinkler, as his item.
Yeah. He's got a quiver, but he just doesn't have the bow yet. He's just throwing the arrows, and it's not really working.
He's got the pin.
As that Paddlestar got pretty close as we have a look at this fight.
Gumayusi able to block out a lot of the damage as well. And Beryl got low pretty fast, you know, that true damage that comes out from the Olaf, and he's like, okay, I guess I just gotta flash over this wall, and Ghost is there pummeling them, but not doing anything at the moment, so they're able to get in and get out, not really taking too much damage on their way out. And T1, yes, they are behind, but they do have some big tools. The one scary thing for T1 is the fact that the gangplank is already 2-0-1. I mean, this guy, he's a huge scaling piece on the side of Damwon Kia. You mentioned they brought a scaling piece this time around compared to Game 1, and he's kind of out of control. Not to mention Showmaker, who is playing his very favorite Zoe, is quite fed as well.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. Although Faker, of course, able to hoover up a whole host of minions. He's staying well and truly within touching distance of Showmaker, who now is shoving another wave towards this turret. Bubble actually going to connect onto Faker there, stopping the back. That could actually be really important, as there are no more turret plates, but they might be able to crash down this turret. And to go once again and talk about our friend Wolf's favorite point ever, this could finally be a Zoe taking a turret in the mid lane instead of the other way around.
Whoa. Yeah, Zoe, she's got some good wave clear, but she likes when the minions are all bunched up. So Showmaker was like trying to clear it, but he had to wait until it crashed. And that gave some time for Faker to potentially not use the teleport, but he did have to in the end because of that very important point that they want to keep their mid tier 1. But take a look at the bottom lane. I mean, this is just like... We are...
This is
Gumayusi's on another planet right now. He's not like 6-0. He's not like last game, but he's still just... He is just miles ahead at this point in time. He takes that turret down. He's up 40 CS.
Oh, Canyon now looking for Canner. He's got that red buff as well, so he's hunting him down. Just stands his ground, and the Gnar doesn't hit him. And Canyon just didn't use his Gale Force, didn't use his flash. He just stood there and said, no, this is my turret.
Yeah. He didn't even use his ult. I mean, he just sat there and was like, okay, I'm just going to shoot you, I guess. I think he felt a little bit apprehensive about chasing all the way down the lane. So he was just like, oh, you know, we pushed him off the turret. We got the turret. That's good enough, I suppose. But it did look pretty silly at the end of the day.
I don't blame Canna either, because you'd expect Canyon to keep walking, but no, he just stops. No. I will not get hit by that ability, silly little orange guy thing. What kind of animal is Gnar? I was trying to search for... He's a possum? Looks a bit like a possum.
Yordle.
Is he all Yordle?
I think so. He's like a furry Yordle. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Although I guess most Yordles are also furry, but I'm not sure about that. You'll have to consult Riot's MMO when it comes out. Maybe they'll give a more in-depth description of what kind
That's
of
what we need. We need the lore. Yeah. Prehistoric Yordle is one from chat that I quite liked.
Yeah, I
So
think
maybe
that's
it's
pretty
that.
on point.
Reminds me of Encino Man. Have you seen that movie? No, you haven't. So let's move on. Showmaker throwing out a trouble
Never
bubble.
even heard of that movie. Like, what?
It's Brendan Fraser. It's a good one.
Okay.
As we've got a Rift Herald here in the mid lane. So we're going to bring things back to how this video game is going. Paddlestar starting to land here from Showmaker, and they do hurt. As Undertow flies in, that's Faker doing a lot of poke damage, though, as the tower is taken down by Shirley. Showmaker looking for bubbles, finds another one. That angle was beautiful as Paddlestar will connect onto Elim. A lot of damage there.
Yeah, it looks like DK might just be able to scoop up this Cloud Drake. Doesn't look like they want to go into the darkness. If you notice, there's really not much vision around the right side of the mid lane here for T1, so they say, okay, you know, it's a Cloud Drake. We don't need to fight this. We stop the Rift Herald push. Yes, we lose our mid turret, but it had about 200 health. Anyway, Faker's in an awesome spot here.
Yeah, Ghost just going to get Emperor's Divided. Has to flash to get himself out. Carrier looks a little bit silly as he jumps down on top of nothing, but Faker sending a message that is well heard by Ghost, having to flash away.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, this is why I don't want you to count out T1 if you're a guy in the chat and you're like, oh, Dom have got this. Because they certainly do have a couple of carries, and they're really feeling it today. You can tell. Even Faker looked good in game 1. Even though he did get ganked that one time, still looks on point. And as a team, I think that T1 are really rolling pretty well right now. So you got to give them credit. They still have a couple of Fed carries, and we'll take another look at this.
Just stands there. I mean, I think that was also auto attack range, so maybe it's just that.
Monka W. That was pretty funny. Thanks for that, Observer team.
Yep, Jonas Strong. I think that had his signature on it. As far as what I could tell.
Yeah, that's one of the beautiful things about the LCK. We have one of the best Observer teams for sure, if not the best.
Yep. Oh man, great stuff. Shield Bow actually came in from Khan, trying to keep himself a little bit more healthy throughout these fights. We'll see whether he builds more defensive items or just goes for damage after this, because of course you do get free defensive stats with that as your mythic, so you can feel free to build a bit more damage on this Gangplank. Likely to see Infinity Edge coming through, but he might sneak a Collector in there as well. See where he goes with the item build on this Gangplank. Divine Sunder is something that a lot of other people do like, but here in Korea I feel like there's a few more shield bows, but I like these mythic items, man. There's a lot of different options that you can go with.
Yeah, I think Riot have done a good job with the new items, the item changes that have come in. It's offered a nice amount of variety. It's been pretty good. This top lane, it does look like Kana is having a little bit of a better time. You know, he's not really going up to try to challenge the GP, but he's just sitting back, farming it up. We haven't really been able to see him have a huge impact in any of these team fights just yet, but he still has that ability. He hasn't fallen too far behind, even given the circumstances of the super fed GP from that first team fight.
Yeah, and actually, as the game goes on and as T1 are able to, you know, utilize their fantastic macro that they've already shown to us, these turrets are going to start falling down, and that gold lead, you can already see that it's falling away. The CS numbers are getting further and further in T1's favor. Gumyushi, of course, very, very responsible for a lot of that, as there's a Pulverize looking for Elim. Just wanting to get the Ragnarok out by the looks of things, as Beryl says, well, this is not actually where I want to be. And Canyon loses half of his health bar from one Q out of Faker. Khan now fighting up against Canna. Meganar is going to come in, and the shield bow. Can it actually turn this? The shield was so valuable, and Canna, unfortunately, just not able to do enough damage. A bit of a silly idea, but he was closer than I think a lot would have expected.
Yeah, I think you're right. A bit of a silly idea. We'll have to see how that started. You know, did Khan wait in the brush and maybe bait Kana into a fight or catch him by surprise? Because, again, I said Kana is okay to sit and accept waves. You're not fighting into the 201 most gold in the game shield bow GP as the Gnar right now. You're never going to be in a spot where you're happy to take that fight. So, yes, Kana just walks up to him. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to poke you down.
Oh, the barrel he prepared earlier, Valdez.
Yes, I mean, you know, certainly helped. But at the end of the day, like, I suppose the beginning of the fight looks so good for Kana because he was just kiting him down. But at the same time, I think you just got to give respect to the Fed GP at this point. And now it was about 2,000. Now it's 3,400. So you were in a bit of a hole. You didn't have to take the risk, but you did. It was looking good. A little bit of a mistake there, and Khan does a great job baiting him into that fight and is able to take even another step in his massive lead.
3,500 gold. That is way too much gold, actually. Showmaker gets another redemption. But it's an interesting factor. When you've got the Gangplank sitting in a side lane, oftentimes you think that, oh wow, is their top laner really fed? Are they in a side lane? We can possibly win fights, but the Cannon Barrage is going to do so much damage given how fed he is. He's almost level 16 as T1. Is this a Desperation Baron? This is really scary. Khan has teleport, but he doesn't even really need it as Cannon Barrage is available. He hasn't even needed to use it. And T1 are going to back away from the Baron as Faker taking way too much damage there from Showmaker as inner turret will fall. Gumayusi breaks the bubble. I like it with his W. And now Khan just getting to work on this inhibitor turret as well.
See that chunk into that turret? I think every turret around the world just Monka W'd simultaneously. I mean, this guy, he's pretty fed. He's getting there. You got to be careful. And the second Gnar steps up, he backs away because he's very far down the lane. But still, the potential, you can see it there. And that's going to be the thorn in T1's side. They have really fed carries, and they have late game potential here with Azir Samira. That is still a thing. But, you know, I think they need some more time. I don't think going for these Barons is a good idea, even though they have so much Baron damage. Oh, Showmaker!
Well, okay, yeah, and in goes Carrier, looks for Showmaker, but he's going to make his way out. Unbreakable Will there will keep Beryl alive for now, as Showmaker actually dives back in and a lot of damage is taken, but that is the Cannon Barrage now on cooldown, as we're very close to another Cloud Soul. I apologize, I'm starting to feel like it's my fault as we've got another Cloud Soul here this game, as Voidseeker will find the Baron under fire from T1.
T1 very aggressive with this Baron attempt again. They want to turn, I would imagine. Let's see what they can do.
Yep, Canyon pretty low on his health bar, and you can see the Zoe also very, very low. Canyon uses his Gale Force and everything, and it's stolen by Showmaker! Was that a stolen smite? I think it actually was. Nothing that they could do about it. The Gangplank going to take down the Gnar yet again, as Gumayusi does get one in the fight, and now Faker finds himself running for the hills. A triple kill for Khan's Gangplank, who is silencing the haters here this game. As Faker just does a few fancy moves, flashes his way out. He will survive, but the rest of his team won't be so lucky.
Oh, man. We're going to have to look at the replay on that one. Showmaker just... Oh, that is massive. He steals it right from underneath T1. And this is going to mean the inhibitor absolutely going their way. Now, we got Olaf coming up, so they're not going to go for the win here, of course. Still very early on with the Death Timers, but still a massive victory in that team fight. 6-0 and 2 now to the Gangplank, who's just stacking it up. So look at this, the stolen smite. You called it, Atlas. He had it over the wall, and there it is. I think he actually hits it with his Paddle Star, is what last hit it. He smite Paddle Starred and got the kill on that one. And then the fight is forced here. You see Gumayusi's going in there 1v5. He's like, oh, we lost the Baron, let's go in. But yes, I mean, you're stacking it up and you're about to hit that, you know, that climax as the Samira in the team fight. But I don't know if that was your moment, really. So...
Yeah, I'm not going to give that an S, I don't think.
He went very much ahead of the rest of his team, didn't really have much backup. We saw that Kana also was trying desperately to zone everybody off of the Baron, so he blew his ultimate before the fight even started. So there were so many things, and I think the communication, the call should have been, okay, you know, we lost the Baron or we got the Baron, let's back away. But instead it was, you know, we lost or won the Baron, let's go in, let's fight. And I think that led to, you know, the triple kill going the way of Khan in kind of an unfortunate scenario there for T1, but a huge pickup play there for Damwon as they will try to push this advantage that they have.
Wow. I mean, Khan did a team's worth of damage in that last fight. And I think that was just barrels, because I think he used the Cannon Barrage a little bit earlier on. So, yeah, Khan's a big deal right now. The Showmaker bouncing over the wall, Carrier getting out with a Justice Punch as Khan takes whatever he wants on this map. In fact, there's no such thing as a T1 jungle, it's a Khan jungle this stage, as he sets up some barrels and notices that Kana and Gumayusi are moving in, and he's just going to make his way out. Yeah, this is looking more and more difficult for T1 to get back into this game, and more likely that we're going to have a Game 3, Valdez.
Yeah, and what happens when you have a team fight like that is, you know, you had some big wins on the side of T1. Your AD carry was so far ahead, and even Faker, you know, had what seemed to be enough of a CS lead to feel like he was ahead on the Azir in the late game compared to the Zoe. But Zoe picks up more assists, Ghost gets back in the game, gets some extra farm. Now Ghost is firing on all cylinders, whereas he was kind of a ghost for the entire beginning of the game. So all of these pieces that maybe Damwon were missing and were, you know, inhibited by T1, or T1 had leads in those spaces, are kind of lost in that last team fight. And now anything can happen. Yes, T1's comp is still strong in the late game, but I mean, you see the damage that Gangplank does at this point. It might not matter.
No, he's very, very frightening, and when he's waiting in brushes like this, it is very, very scary. I apologize, guys. That was, in fact, damage throughout the entire game, not in the last team fight. So, of course, Khan is going to be well and truly towards the top of that number. Sometimes it's just difficult to see.
Yeah, 15K
the minute details.
in the fight would have been pretty...
Well, I didn't look at the number, you know. I was just looking at the bars. So I'm just an idiot,
okay.
Is basically how that one goes.
We forgive you.
Please forgive.
T1 look like they're ready to fight.
Yeah, posturing right now, of course. You could imagine as Gumayushi, you just want to have your opportunity, right? He just put together his Infinity Edge. And we know what Samira's can do if a fight gets out of control, but the problem is that Damwon have so much extra money. It's a 10,000 gold lead, and Khan doesn't have to be there to be threatening. He's now just going to await the Cloud Soul as Cannon Barrage will come down to deal with this minion wave. Two-man pulverizes. Good. Faker has to go golden to keep himself okay, but he's not. Showmaker going to finish off the kill. The Dragon going to fall down in the meantime. The headbutt goes over. Cannon gets a Gnar off, but it's not exactly what they want. But the cow will still fall. Samira going to try and lock down that kill, but it's not before Ghost can get a Q off and take him down. As now Canyon trying to keep them in his jungle. Showmaker picking them off like fish in a barrel. And now Khan finally gets himself in here. LM desperately trying to get away, but of course, Showmaker lands a blind bubble and then pops him with the paddle star. All too easy as Khan, okay, going for a little bit of a 1v1, but instead he's going to invite his friends, doesn't want to take the risk, as that's going to be the ace. And I have a feeling we're going to go straight to that game number 3.
I think we're looking at it. It's pretty insane lead now to the side of Damwon Kia. 11,000 gold in the lead. I kind of like the idea, you know, T1, they took their chance. They didn't just sit here and bleed out. Now, they could have defended pretty well with the Azir, but instead they get aggressive. It's fantastic engage from Beryl, catches the two of them. Faker with no flash at this point. I don't think he should have been up that far. He gets caught out. This ult from Kana a little bit early. You could see that even after that, they have so much damage, but the fact that Gumayusi eventually dies to Ghost means that they lose a lot of that damage, and eventually they do all just get hunted down. So it was pretty cute. I like the skirmish idea that T1 had even from behind, and you could tell they're still pretty confident even though the numbers don't tell the same story.
Yeah, and if the team fights work, I mean, they will work well. Damwon's composition is more about, you know, what we saw at the end of that, as another fight is going to break out. There's the Pulverize. Cannon Barrage, so much damage from Damwon in response, but no one on T1 is dead just yet. They still want to take these fights. They're trying to get as many R buttons out of these guys as they can. And Cannon Barrage plus the collateral damage, that's two pretty valuable ones.
The Baron.
It's not going to stop Damwon just moving over to the Baron. They do so much damage. This is just two people, and it is really difficult to deal with. There's the Justice Punch to avoid dying as Khan has to flash, and then the follow from Faker, but Khan,
they get him!
Still alive. The shield bow did a lot of work. Some low health bars as in dives Ghost, now flashing away. They're trying to play the smoke and mirrors as Faker falls towards the top side to another paddle star. Carrier might just need to try and get out of this one as Canyon is going to wipe the floor with him, and unfortunately for T1, Damwon's wallets are too heavy and they're going to be able to take them down. Another ace. And another trip down the mid lane, this time to try and finish the game.
We're going to a game number 3. That's what happens after that teamfight victory. They get the gangplank, but they lose everything else, as at this point, like I said, everything else on the side of Damwon Kia just came online just on time to give them the victory in this one.
Yep, that is Khan's first death. He will remain in the death chamber as this Nexus is going to fall down, and Damwon Kia, our world champions, will answer back after a disappointing game 1 with a game 2 victory. That is the Damwon I think everyone was expecting to see show up. And it was off the back of Khan and a fantastic Gangplank performance. That last pick really paying off.
Yeah, you know, you had total faith in it right from the get-go. You were calling for the Gangplank. You're like, yeah, let's do it. I was a little bit less sure, but he surely, proved my doubts wrong. He showed up in a big way, dominated the lane, got very far ahead, and eventually carried the game. So props to him. I believe that he should deserve the POG vote in my mind.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be ruining any unanimous votes this time around, Valdez. I think Khan played an exceptional game of League of Legends this time around. It was good to see Canyon, managing to navigate the Graves Olaf situation a lot better. But Showmaker was also just a joy to watch on the Zoe. The amount of picks that he managed to find and the way they were team fighting in such a chaotic, sporadic way plays into the hands of a Zoe so very, very well. They create space utilizing the Gangplank ultimate, and then they can throw around these bubbles and paddle stars, and Showmaker was having a field day. It was very well executed, and that's what we came to expect from Damwon last year, and I'm glad that it's still there now, even though they've lost a lot of the coaching staff that did have a lot of brains behind all of that extra practice and all of that extra precision that Damwon had in 2020.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I did vote for Khan, but shout out to Barrow. What a great Alistair performance after what was a very lackluster one in game number 1.
Yeah, no, really good stuff. We're going to have a look at the post-game as, Gangplank did a hell of a lot of damage, but Showmaker, with the amount of work that he was able to get done towards the latter half of the game, really starting to catch up. These numbers on Damwon's side are looking pretty exorbitant, but it's sort of helped by the fact that a lot of poke is available out of, Gangplank parlaying all lane long and Zoe just throwing out paddle stars everywhere. But they were landing, and Showmaker just shows us what a real top-tier Zoe looks like. He was just so scary this game. And I can't wait for game number 2, Valdez. Yeah, this is going to be a huge one. We are going to go to a short break, but when we come back, the deciding game between Damwon Kia and T1. Don't go anywhere.
새롭게 시작하는 시즌 2021 리그 오브 레전드 프랜차이즈의 새 소식들을 소개합니다. 레전드 오브 룬테라, 전략적 팀 전투, 와이드리프트, 그리고 리그 오브 레전드, 가슴이 웅장해집니다. 먼저 리그 오브 레전드의 신스킨들. 첫 신스킨 테마는 루나 비스트입니다. 과학이 통하지 않는 스페이스 그루브 테마도 곧 찾아옵니다. 그리고 챔피언 리메이크 문도 가고 싶은 대로 간다. 원하는 챔피언과 테마에 투표하세요. 부시골 최탱 오랑검의 주인공 비에고. 얜 대체 뭐 했길래 아무나 다 들고 다니지라고 생각하셨던 분들, 6명의 챔피언과 그림자 군도를 지배하는 악의 화신의 이야기, 몰락한 왕, 리그 오브 레전드 이야기. 안 할 친구들 없제? 빡게메스의 당신, 이제 AP 제도가 완화됩니다. 탈주하며 AP가 대폭 하락하고, 억울한 빡겜러들은 AP가 소폭 하락합니다. 마지막으로 새 시즌 랭크. 이번 시즌에는 티어내 승급전 삭제. 강등 방어전도 없어. 이제 레전드 오브 룬테라에서도 드디어 아펠리오스를 만나실 수 있습니다. 그리고 새로운 세트에서는 슈리마 지역 추가, 다양한 업데이트도 준비되니 다시 한번 찍먹 준비하세요. 전략적 팀전투 세트 4.5에서는 세트 1의 용 시너지가 다시 두둥 등장. 기존에 없던 아이템을 제작해주는 오르니 두둥 등장. 올봄을 가장 극적인 전장으로 달굴 세트 5가 두둥 등장. 지금 TFT에서는 가붕이와 다붕이가 싸우고 있는데 정말 오래 걸리네요. 하지만 신규 모드가 출시될 예정이니 이제 어디서든 즐겁게 전략적 팀전투를 즐기면 됩니다. 마지막으로 e스포츠의 만족도를 높이기 위해 관전 모드도 준비 중이니 기대해주세요. 이제 와일드 리프트에서도 람머스, 문도, 카타리나를 만날 수 있습니다. 한바탕 협곡을 뒤엎을 귀여운 요들 친구들이 찾아옵니다. 기대해주세요. 티모는 찢어야 제맛일까요? 여러분이 기다리시던 별 수호자 스킨과 무작위 총력전 모드도 출시된다고 합니다. 새해, 새 시즌, 새 업데이트. 솔직히 해잔데 즐겜하러 가시죠. 2021년에도 해피 뉴 플레이!
담원
Damon Kia came back and stopped T1's domination and proved why they were the world champions.
자신감 있는 픽들이 많이
We had a
나왔던
lot of
픽이었습니다.
confidence
일단
pick
배지르도
in
나왔고,
this
소시경도
game.
나왔고, 여기서 탑에
Azir, Zoe, and also GP.
뱀픽은 솔직히 말해서 이제 미드 정글의 주도권 싸움이
This draft was all about mid and jungle synergy on the side of Damwon Gaming. Zoe does indeed have early game priority, and also they were able to utilize his power with Graves. And Olim is also a very aggressive player, so Damwon players were well aware of his playstyle, and also Khan, because he's the premier Jace player, we were expecting Jace, but GP just entered the scene, and we were really impressed by his itemization, because this time around he was building Immortal Shield Blow, which is very uncommon, because most of the people go for the Divine Thunder, so I really want to recommend every players to kind of try this in solo queue. So speaking of GP, let's take a look how Damwon Gaming played this Herald teamfight. Earlier to this moment, Damwon Kia actually managed to get the Drake, so T1 tried to even the trade with this Herald. Kaisa had to kind of group up for the fight. So T1 was well grouped up and ready for a team fight. Even Kana was a Mega Gnar. However, the engage was not on point, and GP ult with synergy of Alistar was fantastic. GP ult was the cherry on top of this team fight. Damwon Kia was having a perfect setup for this fight, whereas T1 was a little bit hasting. GP also managed to get a solo kill on Kana's Gnar, and T1 wanted to rotate to Baron. T1 had good reasons to start off this Baron. Alistar and Zoe was very low on HP, but they kind of missed that Zoe picked up a smite on the ground. I mean, Zoe, level 14 with a smite. I think we all saw it coming, kind of. They got their Baron stolen, and in the following team fight, Damwon Kia was popping off, so they could actually make the players kind of tilt in a way. T1 maybe was looking for a fight when they were trying this Baron, and they had good reason to start this Baron, but Damwon Kia was really good at kind of taking the fight.
역시 스마는 좀 뺏는 입장이 더 좋은 것 같아
So,
보이기도 하고요.
stealing may be easier rather than securing it, right? Yeah, maybe because like T1 was under a bigger pressure. Damwon Kia ringed ace twice, and they kind of showed the power of the world's champion. Now it's time to take a look at the POG, and it's Khan on GP. This is the Khan that Gorilla remembers. Indeed, he is a very talented player, and he can exert a lot of pressure on this kind of aggressive champion rather than Volibear. The way he puts the ultimate, the way he kind of breaks the barrel, it was flawless, and I'm really impressed by his itemization over here. Also, Nard would have thought that this was a winnable fight for him. However, Khan was able to keep stealing the health with this extended fight. And also after Damwon Kia stole the Baron, we saw the team fight kind of ability of a gangplank with the barrel doing a massive AoE damage. One barrel equals to one death maybe, and Barrel was able to pick up 2 well-deserved votes for his Alistar play. It is also impressive to see his Alistar kind of selection, because a lot of people build different boots, but this time around he was going for the cooldown boots in order to kind of engage more often with his flash. Now it's time to check out the true winner in the game deciding series deciding game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and it is game 3 time, the decider between Damwon and... Sorry, I had myself in my ear and it confused me a lot. Between Damwon and T1,
okay?
and T1 now get to move back to the red side, which
On the other
in
end,
this
I can't
series
actually,
seems like a boon, and it's
actually
quite
hear you.
confusing.
Okay, it looks like he has... Oh, you're back. You alive, Atlas?
I am.
Okay. Well,
I think I'm
back.
alive. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
We're
I'm
both
fine.
back?
Yeah.
We're both here?
Yeah, I was here the whole time.
Okay, thank goodness.
But yeah, this is the moment. This is the decider. It's a best of 1 now, and I feel like it was pretty close even in game 2. I think that Damwon had the slight draft advantage. I think they drafted much better in game 2 compared to game 1, especially that last pick, GP, and Khan performed on it. So a lot to think about here for T1. Do you try to take it away? Do you try to draft some kind of other picks here? Maybe you want to take away a Zoe away from Showmaker, as you were saying, Atlas. He performed pretty well on that as well. A lot to think about for this draft.
Well, Damwon Kia now back on the blue side. Let's see whether they can make it work like so many other LCK teams have been able to. Sticking with some similar bans here on T1's side as the Akali and Talia taken off the board. Aphelios remains on the ban list here for game 3. Feels like the change that Damwon Kia have made, making sure that Gumayusi can't have the champion that he pentakilled on very, very early, and that's the first pick on the Zoe. So I think what you were talking about when it comes to the priority is absolutely there, Valdez.
Yeah. You see that huge smile on Showmaker's face. He's like, okay, I mean, I'm feeling good on the Zoe. You've given me 2 games of practice. I'm ready to go into it again. And now what is going to be the choice? They're hovering Gnar, and that kind of scares me because the Gnar was, again, not impressive. And you just got countered by the GP. So they are going to switch it up. Samira, 3rd game here, or not 3rd game, actually. Maybe the 3rd game on the map, but this time it is going to go into the hands of Gumayusi, who will be playing it in game 3.
Yeah, once again, didn't exactly have the greatest time in game 2, but his laning was absolutely fantastic. And we'll see what Elam's going to pick up here. They could go for something like a Rel to pair with the Samira. We've seen that work quite well together, and that is going to be locked in here by T1. So we got a bit of a magnet storm there towards the bottom side. Lots of stuff going everywhere, and now Damwon can answer. Kai'Sa is available again, but we saw that in lane, Ghost fell really far behind. So they might want to change it up. Something like, you know, Misfortune's still okay. They could go with that instead, and then he can just bullet time from the backline in these team fights.
Yeah.
Might be another option, but there's the Graves.
That's
going to go into the hands of Canyon. That's frightening, Valdez.
That is Olaf. By the way, you said Graves, but...
Oh, sorry, yes. I had Graves on my mind, but yes, that is Olaf. That's what my brain was saying.
Olaf still...
That's not what my mouth said.
Yeah, Olaf still a very strong pick right now, nowadays. And we're also going to have the Kai'Sa potentially locked in here. They say, okay, the problem was not the champion, it was rather the game situation. We're going to run it back into this same matchup. And I don't blame him for it. I think once Ghost got some, foundation under his feet after a pretty weak early game, he was able to do some nice stuff, even if he wasn't the, well.
Ooh.
Well, that's it, guys. We're going to have a 3v3, or actually it was a 3v2, and we're going into game.
I wouldn't have agreed to that if I was T1. Little bit of a problem, so we might have to redo the draft. But I think it's just a brief hiccup, and we'll get straight back into it.
Mm-hmm.
You can see there are some wry smiles. That's like, you don't get a lot of emotion out of Canyon all the time, but that is definitely a happy Canyon face. And that should be scary if you're a T1 fan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got Zoe Graves in the last game, and now Zoe Olaf. It's a lot of mid-jungle priority already. And it looks like we have a PC issue.
Yeah.
So
that's Faker's PC. That's the problem. So we better get in there and fix it quick, smart.
Yeah.
As Khan having a good time after his GP performance. I love these deciding game 3s, Valdez. It's so interesting because the draft extraordinarily important. but also it's the mentality. It's how you feel moving into this sort of situation. And it's Damwon that have the momentum after a victory to move in and try and get something done. T1 have to cast their minds back to how incredibly well they played in game 1, because I think a lot of us were feeling like it was going to be a 2-0. I actually felt like if the form was going to continue, then T1 were just going to walk away with it, especially with how dominant blue side had been.
Yeah, but certainly Damwon Kia did step up to the plate and have made this an interesting series. I feel like if we did not get a Game 3, yes, people would be very hyped for T1, and it's like, oh wow, 2-0 over the world champions, but at the same time, I think a lot of fans would have felt robbed. We needed a Game 3 in this series.
Oh yeah.
And if we did not have it, that would have been a bit disappointing, because these teams have been battling it out and have been providing some really fun, fantastic, interesting drafts in League of Legends. I wonder how much focus...
Some adjective,
yes.
League of Legends, absolutely.
It is still League of Legends.
It's been a joy to watch.
At the end of the day.
And look, Canyon managed to get back to some form, although the Graves wasn't super impactful. I was expecting it to not do quite as well just because of the matchup that it was in, and we've seen Olaf really be able to get past that one quite comfortably here in the LCK. But this time around, it wasn't the Canyon show. This was about the gentleman you see on your screen right there and Khan towards the top side. And if you ever see a, Damwon Kia performance where it feels like it's Showmaker Noguri again just wrecking the place, that's a good feeling if you're a Damwon fan, because replacing Noguri was going to be very, very hard. We saw that in game number 1, the Volley Bear basically did nothing. And then game number 2, I think that a lot of sighs of relief could be heard across the world after Khan really did put in a great performance.
Yeah, it's a good feeling if you are a Damwon Kia fan. We're just taking a look at all the players, just chatting it up. It doesn't look like they're too nervous or anything like that. Just, waiting to get into the game.
If you're Gumayushi, you're probably not, because that guy has been, pretty unbeatable on the bottom side of the map. I think that we might have some new kings in town, and guess what, Valdez? We get to see him against Ruler and Life in their next matchup, which that's a very exciting
It's
one.
like the world tour of the LCK. You got to go around and face all other 9 teams. And we get to see all of the matchups twice in our double round robin format. That hasn't changed, at least for the regular season.
Nope. Still going to be 5 days a week for the first round robin, and then we move to 4 in the second. But then we're going to have 6 teams in the playoffs, and our number 1 seed is going to have to play more than just 1 game in order to get the spring and summer titles here in the LCK. So I like it. More League of Legends, more best of 5s. And I felt like I did love the Gauntlet just because it's the Gauntlet and it's the thing that we had in the LCK for so long. And I'm a bit sad to see it go, but also I'm just happy to have more best of 5s because best of 5 strategy is so interesting, right?
I mean, we get 5 best of 5s now, right? Because we have the 2nd place, 6th place matchup, and then we have it's 3rd place, 6th place, and then it's 4th place, 5th place, and then the winner of that goes up against 1st or 2nd. So you got 4 best of 5s and then the final. And so it's 5 best of 5s compared to 4 and 1.
4 and a best of 3.
So definitely,
it's just
a little upgrade.
more variety.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
More matchups,
But we're still a long way away from that one, as we are finally going to be back into this draft. Thank you very much for bearing with us, as I can't spot any ghosts just as we get back through. So here we go. Back into the draft, and I wonder whether we're going to pick up from where we left off or whether we're just going to start again. And we can test your memory, Valdez. What were the bands?
TF, Aphelios, and something for Damwon. We had Akali.
Talia.
Yeah, Talia was a ban. And then Syndra.
And yeah, that's right.
What was this last band for Damwon?
What's the last band?
For some reason, I don't remember this one. Pantheon, that's why.
Oh, of course, Pantheon. It's because we haven't seen Pantheon at all.
He has
we just
become not a champion because we never see him.
Yeah. Goes without saying. As the Zoe going to be taken yet again. And we will see the run it back of the Samira. And trying to remember. Yeah, the Rel, that was it.
The bottom lane there. And then Olaf, Kai'Sa, and then we need to see our third pick for the side of T1. And what are they going to respond with? Will it be a mid laner? Will it be a jungler? What will they prioritize here before the second phase of bans? It will be, of course, Faker's Azir for the third game in a row.
Yep. And we're going to see the matchup once again. And we'll see whether Showmaker now on the blue side is going to have a better or worse time up against Faker's Azir. I don't think Faker's Azir was in any way the problem in the last game. He was still able to get a few Emperor's Divides that were really pivotal. But unfortunately, things went wrong around him. As we're going to see the Alistair banned away. This is a no-brainer, absolutely. As Maokai taken away from Beryl, certainly a favorite of his as well. But a lot of different options that he can go towards outside of that. We'll just have to see what it is going to be. As probably another jungle ban will come in here. As no, it's actually going to be the Jace taken away from Canna.
Yeah, I think we saw that in game number 1 as well. Just trying to deny the Jace at all costs, and we actually saw it against Khan at the same time, so nobody wants to see Jace here in the series. And we're thinking about a Lilia, you know, with the one ban on the Graves. You could consider something like an Italy, you could go for the Lilia here, of course, and they do choose that. And we'll see what they choose for the top lane. I mean, a Renekton could fit into this composition pretty well with the AP jungler, as Gnar has shown his unfortunate face again.
Oh god. I'm very worried. Camille is up. They could play Camille. I mean, she's difficult to blind pick. That's absolutely right. But looks like Khan's just going to do it. And I'm just going to bypass the whole analyzing that situation.
Yeah.
You know, it's still something that could potentially work. You can see how it works in theory. If you watch the LPL, you'll see it work every single game. You know, it's just that we haven't quite found that level of success with the Gnar over here in Korea when it comes to the actual stage games, as Nautilus will be the final pickup here for Beryl.
All right, what's the choice here, Kana? Will it be the Camille, actually? I mean, we've seen Gnar picked into Camille, but we've also seen Camille have a lot of success anyway. So, could consider the Camille, maybe the Renekton's still on the mind. What is going to be the lock-in here for Kana? As it will be the Camille.
I like it. Yeah, this is a scary comp coming out of T1. I really do like the duo of the Lilia Camille as well. As Samira and Rel on the bottom side of the map, we already have seen just how dominant they can be together, and Faker's on Azir. It might be boring to some, because it's 3 games in a row, but he's just so good at it. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Damwon Kia, though, this time around, this isn't their game 1 draft, right? If this wasn't their we need to snowball, otherwise we have absolutely nothing that we can do. This is much more similar to game number 2. However, they don't have the Gangplank, and they have Gnar, which often just means bad things by itself.
Yeah, feels like a downgrade just on paper. We also...
I mean, Khan was an LPL top laner last year, though, Valdez. So maybe that's going to skew things.
Well...
What do you reckon?
We'll see, because, you know, you might think, hey, you know, they've got Gnar, they've got Nautilus. You do the Wombo combo, the boom bam, the Kai'Sa goes in, Zoe's a turret, yeah. But I don't know, because you look at that late game for T1 and you're just shivering already. I mean, Camille in the side lane is going to be huge. Azir, Samira, already we've seen what that can do, even from super far behind in a later stage game. So, I don't know. I think the later this game goes on, T1 should have the pretty big advantage. I think Olaf will eventually kind of run out of utility and, you know, effectiveness at all in this game. He'll be very important early alongside the Zoe for trying to get ahead in that mid-jungle priority that they do have, but it'll be interesting to see if they can snowball from there.
Well, let's see how it goes. Here we are onto the Rift for game number 3, the deciding matchup between our world champions, Damwon Kia, and 3-time world champions, T1. This is, it all comes down to this, and momentum from a series win like this one, this early in season can be very important. You might say that Worlds is a long way away, things like that, but every little foothold you can get can move you further and further to success. So this could mean a lot for both of these teams. Finding a victory here. And remember, Spring Round 1, that's when T1 beats Darm1, you know? That's what they did last year. History may repeat itself.
Yeah. Have changed, and so much has changed. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe there is a they love the chickens. Both of them can clear those camps out. Extremely fast. And we'll be looking for potential steals or just trying to power farm their own jungles as they are doing now. Both of them very good at doing exactly that. Looks like Canyon a bit faster. Scuttle here. But he didn't. He actually backed away, trying to get back onto the map after buying 2 ruby crystals and nothing else, actually. So he goes there. We saw a question mark ping on his own Krug. So he was saying, okay, Canyon could be on my Krugs here, but scared to use his abilities. He will just spam his stuff. He wants to get you low. He wants to push you out of the lane. And he's trying to get pressure and control more so than, you know, oh, I'm going to wait for the perfect moment and try to, you know, clap him with my jungler or anything like that. No, he's just going to get in there. He wants to solo in his lane. That's the kind of player that Khan is, and he's doing it in a big way. Like, finally, this is the moment we're seeing, okay, Gnar, it, you know, it can win this lane. It can get ahead. He's 20 CS ahead, and that is pretty fantastic so far for him.
Yep, getting some steel caps there as well as he makes his way back to the lane, so a bit more maneuverable with some new footwear. What I think is going to be the real test for Khan is showing us that Gnar is the teamfight god that we know he can be, right? I think that that's going to be the difference. I mean, I know there's probably a lot of people thinking LCK Gnar versus LPL Gnar, and, you know, Khan was trialed in the fires of the LPL. Didn't exactly have the greatest season, but wasn't terrible. And we'll see whether he's going to be able to try and bring back some of that Gnar luck that the LPL seems to have that we do not.
Yeah, well, he seems to certainly understand how to play out this early game a bit better. Just throwing out as much harass into the melee champ that is Camille as much as possible. He's actually seen. We actually have a roam up here from Beryl up to the top side. We have the Rift Herald about to spawn, and so he's trying to be present up here. Of course, Keria will match up to the top side of the map. Pretty common kind of maneuvering on the map at this point in the game. Note that the Lilia has snuck into this brush, but will be spotted by a control ward, and that's going to push Keria back as well. He's like, oop, this is awkward. I got to get out of here.
Yep. It's the quadrupeds joining the Camille on the top side of the map, but now just going to be moving down. As you mentioned, the Rift Herald has been a priority that T1 has gone for, I think, every single game so far. And, no, I'm not going to take... Sorry, Khan not going to take too much of the bait here as tactical sweep.
Yeah, cute little trade there. You see, knows where he has power in these trades. Keria is down.
They can do this cleanly as Ghost, Killer Instinct looking for a way out as Keria tanking the turret for as long as he can. The flash after. Good sidestep from the Q, but the auto is going to be there, and Ellen's going to make his way down first. Gumayusi getting first blood is terrifying if you're a Damwon Kia fan, and they're going to get 2 turret plates on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like T1 just have so much confidence in this player that is Gumayusi, and for a good reason. Pentakill in game number 1. And they're going to give him priority. They say, okay, let's give pressure off of the Rift Herald and give it to Gumayusi. Try to gank Ghost, who has been looking like a bit of a weak link so far in the series between these two teams. Between these two titans, I should say. And they're gonna exploit that. They're going to get into his head once again and take him down early and put this Kai'Sa behind so that she's not much of an issue in this game.
Let's have a look at it again. Ghost did have cleanse and flash, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, pretty much just straight up dope there. Gets on in behind the turret, a really nice little dodge there, but you see on the Samira will be fast enough to catch up and land that one last auto. And there was already a wave pushing into the turret, so he misses all the gold on the wave. He was behind 10 CS, and he gets killed. So now he got a 900 gold lead here to the side of Gumayusi.
Yeah. It's not looking like it's improving here as Keria doesn't quite find the Q. Beryl and Canyon waiting for their opportunity, wanting T1 to bite off more than they can chew, but obvious bait is extraordinarily obvious as Keria gets the news that he was indeed correct to play back. Canyon just going to help clear this one out by the looks of things. Throwing an axe in. Because we do have the Mountain Drake available, and Canyon's looking like he's just going to try and pull this one out. Elam in the area. Vision is going to be available here if he does take the other way around, but I think he might have snuck in here unseen. Will finally show himself as the bowling ball is going to go wide.
So much
backing away.
posturing over this position.
Yeah, man.
The Mountain Drake would be fantastic, again, for the side of Dalmon Kia. They have a lot of those pieces. And I saw that Showmaker was leaning down here towards the Mountain Drake a little bit more than Faker. Faker has TP. Currently heal right now for Showmaker. So he's going to have that, you know, fighting summoner, if you will. As they are setting up
the
this.
battle stats. Both of these top laners with their teleports available. Faker down to half health, but the fight breaks out on the bottom side. Killer Instinct from Ghost is good as Beryl tanking for a very long time. Flashes, Dredgeline's going to miss as now Khan. Can he actually get the Gnar ultimate? Oh my goodness, Cannon just pops. And there's the flash. The double stun into the wall. The wallop's fantastic as well as Gnar's going to try and walk his way out, but good. The gigantic AoE! But then it didn't.
Gumayusi's team fight presence in so many of these fights when he's playing the Samira is fantastic. He knows that he has an opportunity with this fight. It's going so long to hit his ultimate in the perfect spot there at the right time. It gets so much damage there at the end when the fight wasn't looking so good. Goes in T1's favor, but at least Dalmon Kia able to get some value by landing this Rift Herald into the mid lane and giving a lot of these plates over to Showmaker. So now it's kind of like Showmaker up against Gumayusi, but 3-0-1 right now for the Samira. The shield bow complete, as we're going to take another look at this team fight.
Oh man, it's just brutal. Valdez, unfortunately, you know, Beryl did the right thing, right? He kept them all clumped up. They knew that Gnar had a decent Gnar bar, and you can see the value that Gnar does provide, right? Gets a double stun and gets the wallop down. But then, Gumayusi's just counting abilities, man. He's getting that S rank, and there's nothing that they can do at the end. The resets are just too much.
Yeah, you see him moving forward, waiting for that, hits the S rank, pops that ability, and immediately just does insane damage to everybody in the front line, and picks up a double kill on the back of it all. So now 3-0-1, super fed, and he is going to be a force to be reckoned with here. He's going to be going up again, essentially up against Showmaker, who didn't pick up any kills from the fight. The one that did happen did go to Ghost, but he's stacking the CS and is currently ahead of Faker.
Yep, and Ghost still a ways away from that Gale Force that is, or the Kraken Slayer, depending what he wants to go with, that he's trying to put together right now. The shield bow looking pretty good in Gumayusi's inventory right now. He's just very, very scary. But it is going to be once again a Cloud Soul, Valdez, and I'm going to personally apologize for that.
How do you do this over and over? It's really impressive.
I'm just cloudy, I guess. Is it a superpower? I'm not sure.
Perhaps.
As Carrier is going to take a turret shot as the redemption does come down. Ghost clearing out these minions quite nicely, but the CS advantage is something that Dalmon fans do not want to look at on the bottom side. They are instead going to look at mid lane and at the top lane and hope that they just don't need to move their eyes down, or that their resolution is a little bit too low and they can't see the bottom two champions. Yeah, exactly. Crashdown coming on in here as we're going for yet another dive, as the depth charge is good. Interrupts Gumayusi quite nicely there as Beryl just trying to keep them in position. The Void Seeker comes in, but Carrier just deftly controls the turret aggro, and no one's going to fall down.
Guess who got the kill? It's, of course, Gumayusi, 4-0-1. He's got a 450 gold bounty right now, and he is just dunking on this bottom lane. Great gank timing from Ellen to come in there at exactly the right time, 3-on-2. They're able to get so much value out of keeping that turret alive and keeping the bottom lane of Dalmon Kia in position to get farmed, essentially, in this game over and over and over again. And that is exactly what they do. Canyon, being pretty aggressive here, is going to spot this rotation pretty early. As
I really like that blue trinket timing. I think that was Showmaker making his way up that was able to spot out exactly what was going on. So really good map sense. And so Canyon's able to get out of there. No issue there. But this is what you can do, right? They managed to get, you know, as many turret plates as they can. They get the turret on the bottom side of the map, and now Khan, he has to reposition in T1. They take the initiative to try and get themselves more resources around this map. Really intelligent stuff. We're going to have a look at this dive once again.
Yeah, this is another great setup from Keria. Dives on in, and LM actually gets there late, but he does, you know, do enough crucial damage to make sure that nobody dies in the dive. The turret had about, you know, 300 health left, and that's all they needed to make sure that they keep the bottom lane there and diveable, and that they can pick up the 2 kills. So Keria sets it up, and Gumayusi knocks it down for more kills. As with the turrets falling, does mean that we'll have a little bit of a swap. Khan and Kana coming down into the bottom side. Khan and Kana, I guess.
Can and Kana.
Canyon.
Yep.
Canyon?
There's a lot of cans. Canyon.
Ooh, look at
All right,
this.
well, Kana going to be fighting against Khan right here. Tries to stride breaker out, but it's just going to be denied. And this is part of the problem as Khan's going to flash, tries to go towards Canyon. This might be a 1-for-1 as Kana doesn't have a lot of buttons, and by might, I mean it definitely is. But still, that just shows that Kana, he's hit the Trinity Force, and Khan cannot play the lane the same way he used to.
Absolutely. You got to be careful, even at the 1 item. The Gnar has to keep the Camille at distance, and a little bit of not enough respect there, I suppose. Thankfully, his team had so much presence on the bottom side of the map. Even the Zoe Showmaker was making his way down the river at the same time. Canyon was overdoing the enemy wolves. So T1 on the weak side of the map had pretty much nobody. I think a lot of people were backing the Samira was on the top side taking the turret. And so at least they're able to trade that kill back and have the blushes spared here. But you'll notice, you know, Khan very close to just getting hook shotted on the turret. Hook shot, it was a shot,
okay, that is.
indeed. And then he's like, okay, I guess I gotta flash over here to Canyon just to try to make something of it. But again, you gotta respect your distances and the gap that you keep between yourself and that melee champion that you're trying to harass down.
Beryl, going to be able to clear out some vision here. I do want to add that, you know, the wallop had just missed. The hookshot interrupted the hop so beautifully. Kana, actually, to his credit, timed the engage very well, and the mechanics around it were very, very strong at the same time. So, well played from Kana, but maybe a little bit of a mistake there, and over-eagerness from Khan, feeling like he's further ahead than he actually is. Like you were saying, the Trinity Force timing, very important. As teleport through, we're going to see who's going to grab this first Cloud Drake of the game. Gumayusi going to get slowed down by the Boomerang. Ghost just in the lane, trying to clear things up, and these Paddle Stars missing. Keep your eye on Showmaker, because his idea is softening up the members of T1 before they go in for a fight. Bubble going to miss onto Ellen as well. As Damwon Kia probably not wanting to take this one straight up. As Khan, the Nab are in a decent position right now. As there's the flash forward, Keria wants to start this one off himself as Ghost is going to take him down. It's not what they want as Khan gets an R into the wall, but no Kana denies it. With the Hextech Ultimatum, that's a single person. Emperor's Divide, but now the Samira's getting the resets one after the other. And Showmaker, that portal is not one you wanted to take. It's a quadra kill for Gumayusi as what is it with this man and sub 20-minute aces on these AD carries? It's ridiculous. First one's Aphelios, second one's Samira. He's a god.
He's legendary. He's 8-0-2 now after that game, after that fight rather. But man, he had a great end to the fight. But guess who had basically the perfect beginning? It wasn't Keria. Don't look at him. Look at Kana. Gets into the back line. Perfect hook shot onto the front line. Dodges the Gnar ultimate with his own. I mean, the timing is literally perfect. Kana putting on a masterclass of Camille in this game to set up so much space for his AD carry. So yes, the Fed AD carry pops off, gets the quadra kill, and looks really cool as all the explosions are going off, but man, Kana just made a new fan tonight. He is playing an unbelievable game. Great follow-up from Faker as well, and just a fantastic front-to-back team fight there after Kana sets it all up.
And Faker was very, very close to getting like a 4-man Emperor's Divide there. That was pixels between that one being extraordinarily pivotal. But as you can see, there's just so much gold on Gumayusi. You mentioned the fact that he's legendary. 4,000 gold, the gap approximately between himself and Ghost. Ghost not having a great series, not having a great First match
He's been invisible.
here in the LCK for 2021. Feel like I'm getting old Ghost vibes, you know? But
Spring Ghost
still,
vibes.
sometimes you get outclassed, man.
Yeah, Ghost, you know, his power spike is in summer. He's a late game AD carry, if you will. He pops off in summer.
Scaling.
Yeah, he likes to scale into worlds and then, you know, just win worlds casually. But the point still stands. I mean, Gumi, like the AD carry difference in this matchup is gigantic. And Gumiusi has been making that very clear. It's not just about the fact that he's fed. Like, the way he got fed was not even only because of the supports. Like, Gumiusi just being the better player here tonight. And that's really exciting to see. I mean, we've all been waiting, you know, can anybody challenge Damwon Kia? Looks like T1 are starting off with a pretty solid message, trying to, you know, slap it in our faces and say, hell yes, we are ready to challenge and we are ready to take them down.
Absolutely. I think it's actually so cool because we have like the return of Bang, you know, another one of the veterans in the AD carry position, but we also have, you know, this up-and-coming talent in the form of Gumiusi and, you know, Docdam and Hybrid to a certain extent as well. We're almost seeing sort of the new guard of the kings of the bottom lane coming out of Korea because, you know, there was a time where it was Imp and Deft and Bang and they were all just destroying no matter which tournaments they were going to. And, you know, then it was the age of Uzi and, you know, people like Jackie Love coming up and being so powerful. And Gumiusi could be the next AD carry that we can get excited about here in Korea.
I mean, if you're not already excited for him, you know, watch some more of his games. He has been quite good. And even Canyon's like, no, he can't get near this guy. I'm not sure what Carry is doing over there by himself, but at least he'll be able to get out alive here. Trying to support, but gets
Limit
caught
testing.
by the bubble.
He's realized the limit is pretty low, as it turns out. Doesn't have a lot of items here, as Ghost just desperately trying to stay alive. Does have his collector complete, as Canyon's going to find himself this control ward. And Gumiusi realizes that, yeah, his bounty's 700, but it feels like a lot more based on what Damwon Kia have to do to stop him from just winning this game by himself. Like he's been basically doing all game long, no matter what they want to do. Infinity Edge, done. An entire Infinity Edge ahead. And he's got even more gold that he's going back to spend.
Yeah, he's got the max bounty at this point in time. And he does have a stopwatch, it looks like now. He's very much ready for the next team fight. I mean, he's not just going to, you know, absolutely shred your entire team to pieces. He's also pretty survivable and pretty, you know, not tanky, but he's got a lot of items that can give him shields. He can stopwatch in the right spot, and he's also going to be chunking you down. So he's just ready for that next team fight. He's going to spend that extra gold to make sure that he's 100% ready, because the next one is a big one. I mean, they already won a huge team fight in the last one, but the game isn't over. They don't have like a game-breaking lead, even though they do have a legendary Samira. They want to make absolutely sure that they can lock down this next team fight.
Well, Carrier, once again, moving further forward. And he's just so slow when he's wearing his horse's pants. Just really don't want to do that. Need to jump back on again. But that's all right. Just testing to see whether the vision was going to be there as Canyon. He might get sleepy, but he's got Ragnarok. He'll be fine. This Fake is setting up the soldiers. And this Baron is certainly something that T1 wants. Whether they're going to commit to anything is going to be the question, as Kana does have teleport at the ready and Khan almost about to have his one available again. Beach balls flying through. You do have the Horizon focus now done for Showmaker, who also has the longer now, so maybe that's going to be an option for them as Gumiusi. Yeah.
And there is a chance that Damwon Kia kind of just go into turtle mode from here. I don't think they're going to, but at the same time,
I don't know whether you want to.
Yeah, we're pretty long.
Do you win late game? I don't know. Don't think so.
No, I don't think so. And absolutely not, actually. So, you know, yeah. I don't think you can go into turtle mode. But if it does happen, we're still a long way away from the Elder. Like, if they give 4 Drakes away over to T1, it's going to take another 15 minutes. So, you know, I suppose if you thought maybe at 6 items that you could have an opportunity, maybe. But as you very intelligently pointed out, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that Canyon is eventually going to lose a lot of value. He'll just kind of be shredded to pieces. And Ghost has kind of been absent. Yes, you might want to wait until he comes online, but by that point, I mean, we're looking at 6-item Azir, Camille, Samira. And you might just want to slash FF after that one. Like, I don't want to see that game.
Yeah.
If you're a
Even
TK.
Lilia does so much damage in the late game. Like, her scaling is very, very high. So I don't know what Rel's scaling is, but Kerry is going to find out this game, I think, with the amount of testing of his limits that he has done so far. As Kana takes himself the Rift Scuttler, and he'll continue this split push. As you can see, Khan, he's got a Phage, couple of items there, so he's still ahead. But it's only 10 CS now. And so it's actually just the fact that Kana hasn't gone back to buy, as he's even got a bounty on his own head. He's navigated this matchup quite nicely after what was a very difficult laning phase. Canyon just doing what he can to understand where T1 are. But you can see that Damwon Kia just doesn't look like they know what they want to do right now, and there's a sense of inevitability in the air with T1 just being able to dictate the pace and dictate exactly what goes on in this game.
Yeah, and even if you're Showmaker, where you're kind of the guy on your team that's the most fed, you've got the most CS, they're going to be relying on you to get a lot of chip damage before the fight. Come out so that you can actually attempt to win. A Zoe from behind in this position on the blue side is not really going to be finding many opportunities to chip away, and you're already scared about getting counter-engaged upon. I mean, Faker is always going to be threatening you. The Rel, Keria will always have that opportunity. If Kana joins a fight like he does again, you know, you got to be careful about him hopping into your backline and one-shotting the Zoe. So it's a very fine line that Showmaker is going to have to walk, but a very important one, because I think without him chipping away, they're going to be very far behind in these fights. And there's this ever-looming threat of Kana in the side lane. He's now level 16. He's got 2.5 items. And it's going to be really rough for Khan to eventually deal with this player.
Yeah, it's starting to be that it's not even team fights that you're worried about. You're worried about Kana just like taking down their base while they're worried about Gumayushi. As in goes Carrier once again, trying to crash down into this one. Beryl just says, I have an anchor. I will be fine, and he is. It's T1. I mean, they can do that over and over again, right?
They can, and you can see that they're just fighting over taking down all of the vision. They want to give this money over to Ellen as he's hitting the Baron for some reason.
Dredge line. Crash down just to try and keep Ghost still, and he is going to be able to do so here as goes Golden, does the Rel, but she's collects that one. Gumayushi, it's now up to you as Faker gets in, but only lands it onto one. The summoner spells are good. Gumayushi has fallen down to try and pop off as Kana, the last man standing. A disaster for T1, but maybe a Baron for Damwon Kia.
Just totally caught with the get caught out, and now Damwon Kia can just come in here, take the Baron, and this game is not over, as maybe getting, I'm not sure what they were by himself, and kind of gets caught out there, not expecting it. As we'll take another look here, you can see he's taken a ton of damage, and Beryl finds the
double the reward as Baron goes down first. Cloud Soul comes in afterwards. A huge turning point for Damwon Kia here as I mean, I say huge. I mean, they've only evened up the gold at this point. You can see T1 continuing to push, understanding that sometimes mistakes happen, but they still might be able to win a fight as Canyon wants to get in here, actually. Throws down some undertows, and he's scary, you know, with the new itemization. Olaf, he does some work.
This, he's just such a good player. Like, he understands how far he can extend just to do that extra little bit of damage and to just barely scare off T1 just to make sure, like, okay. You're not getting anywhere near here. And you're right. I mean, the game's, you know, it doesn't mean that now that, okay, a couple of members got caught out and the fight was lost by T1 that the game is over. They still have a great late game team fight comp here. And they still have very extremely fed carries in Gumayusi and even Faker, who is following up there. So, and the split push, level 18 Kana, still getting to work. He was even getting to work while the Baron was going down. Took that mid inhibitor turret down to half health. So I wouldn't say that T1 are in a bad position here, but they do have to deal with the Baron push that is coming in a bit here from Damwon Kia.
This is exactly the game 3 that we wanted. 32 minutes, completely tied up in gold. But it doesn't really tell the full story. The Baron buff is encircling Damwon Kia. Kana desperately trying to split push as fast as possible. Khan making his way down to meet him. No teleports for either top laner. It means this 4v4 has to be respected. Elam's actually moving back, and in fact, Samira wasn't there. They're going to lose this inhibitor. But can T1 find a fight that they're looking for? The answer is no. As the... Is that a depth charge? Sitting on area and was there for a really long time? I was quite perplexed.
Yeah, I don't know. That was weird.
Yeah, that was a bit strange.
Yeah, but interesting decision. Fight the Baron is we're just not going to fight them at all. We don't want to take any team fight up at our inhibitor to let them have the 1. You know, generally when you get that Baron buff, you're looking for 2, especially they come back, they get the 1 inhibitor. But again, you've got Azir, you have tons of wave clear. You're not really worried about 1 inhibitor. Continue to scale up, and you see that they're just going to send Gumayusi up to the top side. You still have the Elder Drake is spawned. So you have a lot of time here to get some extra farm and just really come in the next team fight. They're even going to send Kana up to the top side. He can easily split push on the super minion wave, so they're not really too hurt. A lot here T1, I would say, with the comp that they have.
But I feel like this is all about finesse. It's all about how you play out these small moments in these team fights that are so important. What was looking almost impossible against this Samira.
Why did Ellen...
Yeah, that was odd. Sometimes you want to make people sleepy. There's the shifting sound. Turret is definitely going to go down. The Baron buff has worn off. We've got a minute and a half until the next one. Kia starting to extend the lead, but I say that it's still only 500 with Can. Now they get to sit back and allow these super minions to destroy their opponents. Often we talk really bad idea in sort of the early to mid game, right? Because, you know, you're not trying to end a game frozen for free, but now it should be a time where taking inhibitors is a good idea. But if T1 wanted to, they could just let these super minions crash down and destroy much gold. And as you can see, T1 is still completely even.
Yeah, they're fine. And I like what Damwon Kia were trying to do. You know, they're like trying to force a straight up 5v5 in kind of an awkward spot where they might be forced into an Elder fight. They want to do they can chip away and slowly, you know, hit the health bar of Faker, make him have to back. think if T1 just bide their time and wait until the Elder Drake fight, and if they can set it up very nicely, I think they should be in a good spot, but we'll have to wait and see because we all... So things are about to get pretty insane, and I think this is going to be the huge moment in this game for either team. Gigantic advantage.
Yeah, or take a loss on the other side of it as well. But now we've got an even playing field. Now, I to play looking like they're going to have the advantage. T1 just wanting to ignore the Baron. They want to do things on their terms, and they're moving towards this mid lane inhibitor turret. There as well, as you can see Khan getting that Naba to about half at the moment, but Faker trying to poke him out. He does a lot of... As these super minions are starting to press forward, and Canna has to go back. His teleport will be at the ready. It means that they're not going to... Elm is going to make Canyon sleepy. Canyon doesn't really care about it that much.
Crucial moments. Okay, this is the moment. Cannon's taken a bunch of damage, actually, from the minions. He's got to be ready to get into a fight right now. They don't have for Canna to get in here. And huge damage all...
This is a huge problem. This could be the go signal for Damwon Kia, but T1 intelligently just going to back away. Gumushi so much minion wave at the ready, but Elder Drake... This is going to be the team fight. Teleport in from Canna, but it's in position. Elder Drake is in, and the depth charge. Canna finds the backline, though. Ghost is pretty safe right now to get out of there, and does do so successfully as Faker takes down the Nautilus, and everyone on T1 is alive until Canna finally falls down. Goes Golden, Ghost in position to pick up the Azir, and that's another one for Showmaker, and this is catastrophe. But Gumushi, full health, Elam at half. Still a win for Damwon Kia, but it's not the last nail.
This game is insane. You know, I was... One could just move up to the Baron and take that, but they did not want to give up the Elder Drake, and now Gumushi going in.
My friend, unfortunately they didn't have the vision, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Gumushi, he just didn't take... So aggressive. Portal jumping over the walls. Ghost is here. He does a lot of damage as well. That's what happens when you call down the dragon. Yes.
Nice. Great kill there at the... execute from the Elder, but again, you know, there's very long death timers here, and the jungler is down, so I think that Damwon Kia can just teleport onto the Baron and take this here. Anyone could just go up to the Baron and trade, but they wanted to fight this by huge Gnar ultimate in the background, gigantic from Khan to delay huge damage that T1 have from their work in this fight. He takes out the Nautilus, flashes onto the Gnar and takes him out. Even buys some time for it and consider whether or not they want to continue on the fight. So did the best job he possibly could. He's like, okay, let me walk in the mid lane. That was very risky. And then LM forward, which I think was a pretty unfortunate decision, because as the Lily, you might feel like, oh, okay, I'm not, you know, I'm not doing too much at this point in time. You got to be careful. They still need.
And speaking of smites, one was used on the Baron as Damwon Kia have their second one of the game. Now it's just Faker almost just pops. Oh my god.
Oh, man.
Showmaker is a terrifying. If he lands any destruction, and that is going to spell all that Damwon Kia needed to head into the T1.